I did go ahead and install those mods that make the glowing not visible anymore. It was part of one of the big bug fix mod packs, Bane's bug fixes, or whatever it's called. And those things you can pick and choose what you install just by dragging the file over. So yeah, I just turned those off. So now when anyone gets, like weapon buffs or aura buffs or whatever, no longer glowing. There you go. That was easy. Otherwise, sold this shit so we have some space. It's gonna fill up pretty quickly, but hopefully once we get companions, they take up a bunch of this extra armor and weapons I'm holding to free up some space. I also apparently leveled. I keep doing this. And we're hoarding this. Oh, I have 2 skills, really? Why? You get 2, like every whatever levels? That's perfect to get Fireball. That's what I was pushing to. I'm just trying to plan now. I mean, getting Stone Fists early to combo with Shatter. I don't know how soon we get our Mage Companion. Otherwise, I think the only other one, I mean, getting maybe a Glyph of Paralysis, it really was potentially going down the Hex tree then. Getting Mind Blast if I need it, but otherwise, yeah, it's like the Hex tree. Weakness isn't bad either for a debuff. But yeah, no, we're gonna get this. So we have our 2 freezes for single target or cone. We have our solid AoE. We have a cone AoE. Bam. Alright. Awesome. So... meeting him up here because there's nothing else to do. Wasn't supposed to return to the dog until after the fight, you said.
The Mabari's responding well. As I said, come back after the battle's done.
Okay.
It's bound to be livelier then.
Oh, and also, I found out we don't have Alistair with us right now. But the reason Alistair's set wasn't showing the bonus, because like you're supposed to be able to like look here and see the bonus if there is one, you know, inspect, and it should tell you what it is. For the one that Alistair is wearing, it wasn't saying that because that's the mod. Again, one of the mods I have, it was like a prerequisite for another mod. I think it's called the Grey Wardens of Ferelden. It changes the Grey Warden armor, which means it's new armor, so the description, the mod guy just didn't put the description for the set bonus. So I don't know what the bonus is. But that's why I wasn't showing. That's all.
Loghain, my decision is final. I will stand by the Grey Wardens in this assault.
You risk too much, Cailan. The Darkspawn Horde is too dangerous for you to be playing hero on the front lines.
If that's the case, perhaps we should wait for the Orlesian forces to join us after all.
I must repeat my protest to your fool notion that we need the Orlesians to defend ourselves.
It is not a fool notion. Our arguments with the Orlesians are a thing of the past, and you will remember who is king.
How fortunate Marek did not live to see his son ready to hand Ferelden over to those who enslaved us for a century.
Oof.
Then our current forces will have to suffice, won't they? Duncan, are your men ready for battle?
They are, Your Majesty.
And this is the recruit I met earlier on the road? I understand congratulations are in order.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Every Grey Warden is needed now. You should be honored to join their ranks.
Your fascination with glory and legends will be your undoing, Cailan. We must attend to reality.
Fine. Speak your strategy. The Grey Wardens and I draw the Darkspawn into charging our lines, and then?
You will alert the tower to light the beacon, signaling my men to charge from
To flank
cover.
the Darkspawn, I remember. This is the Tower of Ishal in the ruins, yes? Well, who shall light this beacon?
I have a few men stationed there. It's not a dangerous task, but it is vital.
Then we should send our best. Send Alistair and the new Grey Warden to make sure it's done.
You mean I won't be fighting in the battle?
We need the beacon. Without it, Loghain's men won't know when to charge.
You see? Glory for everyone.
You rely on these Grey Wardens too much. Is that truly wise?
Enough of your conspiracy theories, Loghain. Grey Wardens battle the Blight no matter where they're from.
Your Majesty, you should consider the possibility of the Archdemon appearing.
There have been no signs of any dragons in the wilds.
Isn't that what your men are here for, Duncan?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty, the tower and its beacon are unnecessary. The
We
Circle
will
of
not
Magi...
trust any lives to your spells, Mage. Save them for the Darkspawn.
Enough! This plan will suffice. The Grey Wardens will light the beacon.
Thank you, Loghain. I cannot wait for that glorious moment. The Grey Wardens battle beside the King of Ferelden to stem the tide of evil.
Yes, Galen. A glorious moment for us all.
You heard the plan. You and Alistair will go to the Tower of Ishal and ensure the beacon is lit.
What? I won't be in the battle.
This is by the King's personal request, Alistair. If the beacon is not lit, Tern Loghain's men won't know when to charge.
So he needs 2 Grey Wardens standing up there holding the torch, just in case, right?
Where is this Tower of Ishal exactly?
The tower is on the other side of the gorge from the King's camp, the way we
saw
came
it.
when we arrived. You'll need to cross the gorge and head through the gate and up to the tower entrance. From the top, you'll overlook the entire valley.
When do we light the beacon?
We will signal you when the time is right. Alistair will know what to look for.
Why do you be so secretive? Just tell me. And what if the Archdemon appears?
We soil our drawers, that's what.
If it does, leave it to us. I want no heroics from either of you.
How much time do we have?
The battle is about to begin. Once I leave, move quickly. You'll have less than an hour.
Can we join the battle after?
Stay with the Terran's men and guard the tower. If you are needed, we will send word.
I don't know what I have to do.
Then I must join the others. From here, you two are on your own. Remember, you are both Grey Wardens. I expect you to be worthy of that title.
Duncan, may the Maker watch over you.
May he watch over us all.
Alright. There he is using his buff. Breton. He still has all of his stuff on him. Okay, good. You level up at all? No. Oh, interesting. He's at negative fatigue. I wonder if that's his bonus then. So again, because this is the mod armor, it doesn't actually have the description of what the set bonus is. Not that it matters that much. Let's take a peek at, I'm gonna say fatigue, armor, and defense. See if any of those just happen to be it. Negative 3.5 at 1788. Nope, so I don't know what the bonus is. It has some sort of set bonus, it doesn't tell you what it is, but it doesn't increase or decrease fatigue, it doesn't increase armor or defense, so it might be like, mental resist, physical resist, doesn't affect attacks. So I'm not really going to care about set bonuses all too much. Like if I find something that's drastically better, I guess we'll put it on. I just wish I knew what the bonus was, but like it's not really showing here. Like nothing else is changing. So unless I'm supposed to take it off. Oh, you know what? Maybe I take it off. Nope, I'm not seeing any difference. I mean, this updates immediately anyway. Alright, it's fine. Whatever. He has floating weapons, but you see he doesn't have the glow of the floating weapon or his aura. Which, I'm fine in combat, but in cutscenes, I wish we just shut off. I have flame weapons, but I shouldn't... Well, actually, with this, I might start running out of mana now. Yeah, this is gonna be half my mana right here. You know what? I am gonna turn off flame weapons. I don't need that anymore. Alright. Nothing else here, just go. This way.
The plan will work, Your Majesty.
Of course it will. The Blight ends here. For Ferelden!
Let's cross the bridge and get to the Tower of Ishal.
Okay. Let's... Alistair's getting hit.
Help me. They're everywhere. They've taken the tower. You're Grey Wardens, aren't you? The tower, it's been taken.
What are you talking about, man? Taken how?
The Darkspawn came up through the lower chambers. They're everywhere. Most of our men are dead.
Then we have to get to the beacon and light it ourselves.
Oh, hey. Okay. Tower Guard's a warrior. He has taunt. It actually works out. Archery? What the hell is this? You can either be a tank or an archer. Okay, what's this other guy then? He also has taunt. Okay, so he's better at it. I guess I could make him an archer. I'd still have Alistair as like the full tank, and I'd have this guy being haunting if any of us pull aggro. makes sense. Sucks there's no rogue, because I was hoping that I'd get a rogue to pick these locks before we leave. Okay, so what do they have on them? So if I'm making him an archer... Sadly, he can't use his bow, because he doesn't have the dexterity for it. We got a longbow, which is less damage, less crit chance, less penetration, less range. Just all around worse than the crossbow. Oh, I guess because the strength modifier. Why is damage main hand 0? Oh, there you go. 11. This is 5 more damage. For half the crit chance and less armor penetration, less range. I think that is better though. I'll keep that on him, I guess. I'm confused. This is saying it has item set bonus. Unless it's the armor type, because I looked into this. Here we go. Okay, now here's the description. When equipped in a set with basic chain armor, so this is all chainmail bonus, costs less to activate, so it decreases fatigue. Okay. Doesn't give you the exact number. There you go. So again, Alistair's is a modded one, so the description didn't say it, but this one does say it. Alright, cool. Let's do weapons first. Use a sword and board. This is going to be two-hander. There's the mace. This mace is just better all around. There we go. Okay, and then the board. Oh, the same. No, it's not. This is worse. Fatigue should be fine for him. Alright, and now we do the armors. I guess if he's going to be in the front lines, we can check out him first. He has Soldier, Splinter, Boost Armor. Okay, gives him more armor. But if anything, it's just drastically better, then we'll swap it. Sort by type would be the easiest to do here. Because we have something for Constitution versus something for Defense. This has barely more armor. Constitution. This has defense. So defense is dodge. Constitution is health. But mental and physical resist makes sense since he's in the front lines. So we'll put that on him. Which means you will get the Thane. Well, you do increase your fatigue by quite a bit, but I mean, it shouldn't matter. We're not really having that many abilities. It shouldn't affect us all too much. Worse. The same. Same. Okay. Dodge attacks, armor, dodge missile, armor defense, physical. So I'd say giving him... This is with the bonuses, 1.75, that's 2.25. That gives defense and physical resist. So yeah, we'll give that to you. Give that to you. Okay. And then this stuff. This stuff like reduces fatigue, but we don't really need to reduce fatigue. If we did, I can change it. Otherwise, yeah, that's fine. Okay. And now, in terms of our amulets, we have 3 amulets. Armor. There's one of these two, so that is nature resist. That's cold and fire resist. It's not really gonna matter either way. I guess give him that for the regen. Not that that's gonna matter all too much either. We have 2 belts, defense, and then elemental resist. Give you the defense since you're in the front lines. Oh shit, no you're not. You're in the front lines. You get that. Armor penetration, critical, I can do backstab, stamina regen. Who's going to be using more stamina? And who needs armor penetration? You're at 5. You're at 4.8, so you're both similar. Do you have a sustained? Rapid shot. That removes crit chance. So no, precise striking. Attack speed. So yeah, I'd say you probably get this for that slight increase there. And that is all the things, yeah. Okay. And now we take the time to do their bars. Health done. Now we look at their skills. We have sustained. Activated. Alright, so he has shield bash. Bam. Taunt. Steel pommel. Disengage. Yeah, same spot as him. Good. Okay. We'll have to see if I want, with their stamina, if I want them in those sustain modes. You have attack, sustained, sustained, attack, attack, taunt. Now what are the attacks here? We have disable, slowing them down. Armor penalty. Reducing attack and defense. Okay. I definitely would rather have these guys. Specifically this one in the crit one. Alright, let me see how much stamina they have. Right here? They both have 155. In terms of how much things cost, his are more expensive, but his are longer cooldown, so he's going to be using 57. Very rarely will he use taunt if things go well. So he should be fine with precise striking. What about you? Your cooldowns are 15, 15, 10, so a little shorter, but you're also cheaper activation. You might run into issues, but for now we're gonna have them both with their sustain. Make sure that works. Okay, I say. Not rapid shot, instead precise. Del, any. Precise. Off. Alright. Next. If I am, I guess I should say if enemy is attacking me, use taunt. Bam. Yeah, I have that for the other guy too, since he also has taunt. I mean, probably not. He'll just not use taunt. I can manually make him do taunt. Alright, so. If your health gets low, I don't know, 30%, use disengage. That should never happen, but hey. Otherwise, we have shield bash and shield pommel, which for Alistair at least, I just have nearest enemy shield pommel, then target shield bash. So nearest enemy shield pommel, target Oh, switch them. Fuck. Pommel. Bash. Nearest pommel, any bash. Nearest pommel, any bash. Okay. Now they're maybe using it to the same person, but like, there's no way. Unless I say like, if enemy. Let me just check this. I mean, I don't think I need to get this specific, but if. No, you can't say if enemy is not targeted. You can say it's not being attacked. Interesting. Oh, wait. If enemy is not being attacked. But then that would mean if we attack him, it wouldn't work. I'm trying to make him target someone other than Alistair's target. I don't think there's a thing for that. There's if he is a target of it. But there's not if he's not a target of it. And I can always say if he's a target of the party member. No, I can't say wait because he wouldn't do anything. Oh, not being attacked by melee attacks. Bam. Perfect. So if he's... Now the problem's going to be at the very end. Well, I'll also have to add something. Alright, never mind. We're fine here. So if he's not being attacked by melee attacks, that's when you shield pommel. And shield bash. Alright, so in order, he's gonna buff himself out. If he gets low health, disengage. If I'm being attacked, taunt. Okay. Otherwise, in any normal condition, he will just go to the closest enemy and attack them, as long as that enemy is not being targeted by Alistair. So they're both attacking two different enemies. He will shield bash. Now, once there's only one enemy on the field, normally he wouldn't attack him. Well, actually, he still would use a basic attack, but instead, he'd still use shield pommel, so that still works there. So he'll first target enemies that aren't being targeted by Alistair. And then, he will just attack the closest enemy. And if the closest enemy is being targeted by Alistair, he'll still, yeah, okay, it's fine. I didn't need to be that advanced with it, but, kind of like it that way. Alright, and then you, this is where, like, I'm not really sure how I should... You can just pinning shot. Target using melee, pinning shot. Sure, whatever, who cares. Armor penalty. Because, like, I can just say, like, use this on the highest ranking, like, on a high-ranking target. And then I'll make a second condition if there's no high-ranking target to use something else. So this one... Armor penalty. This one, attack and defense. It really should be the same one. So, if an enemy is rank elite, not lower, elite or higher, crippling shot. Hit enemy elite or higher. Scattering shot. So he will target high rank enemies first, where he will make them have lower attack and defense and weaken their armor. Okay? Then if there are no high rank enemies, that's why I can just tell him to attack and use these abilities. Well, first, I want him to target range using ranged attack, using magic, bam bam, attack, attack. Priority number 1, I mean, he'll pin shot the first melee person so they're slowed, whatever. Then he'll start attacking anyone at range. Okay. If there's a tough dude, we will actually do that first. If there's a tough guy, debuff him first. And then start attacking them, because his cooldowns aren't that bad. And then should I just tell him... he wouldn't be using these against anyone except tough guys. So I could just manually make him use them. But I don't think we need to. Because if there's no tough guy, then why would he want to save it? So enemy, just any enemy. This is where, again, if there was a way for saying like highest armor or something, has armor type. I guess if it's medium or higher, that's where we'll shatter shot. Then enemy, any. Crippling shot. And then finally, like, if we're in a situation where there's just any weak-ass enemy, shattering shot. So he's conserving his 2 moves for the tough guys. If there's no tough guy, then he'll remove the armor of someone who has high armor. If there's no tough guy, and if there's no one with high armor, then he just uses his move on anyone, because it doesn't really matter. Perfect. That is the order that I want that to be done. Yes. Okay. He is range, aggressive, default. Why do they have flaming weapons?
Not over yet?
Oh, because stupid, I didn't set any of this stuff. No. Stop. Clear. Okay. If these do proc, okay, but otherwise I don't really care. I can set mine some other time, but good. Let me remove that. Now we're gonna start burning through mana. Bam, 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 bam. That should all be fine now. Not that matters, but just push these all the way over.
Ready.
Alright. Bam. Soldiers. Oh, there we go. Sadly, I get this without friendly fire right there. Boom. That guy there. Just moved. I'm not gonna go get him. Oh, I can. Here. Ready, Archer. Why are you not using your skills on him? Enemy. Any. Oh, is he out of 36? I should be using it.
Yeah, that's right. What did I tell you?
Why is he attacking? Oh, because I have his condition to be attack. I wish there was a condition where you can say target, because if you tell them to attack, they will only use basic attacks. So I wish you can say make target. There is no make target, unfortunately. Because again, if you tell them to attack, they will only basic attack, which means they won't use these conditions. So I would have to set yet another condition where he uses both of his abilities on ranged enemies. Oh, God. I'm surprised that's not in this advanced tactics. Just target. Because there's tactics for target if someone is your target. So there's make a secondary target, but that's not the same as target conditions. His secondary target then becomes save targets here. I'm guessing. I can look into that really quick, but I'm pretty sure that's what that means. Save as secondary target. I'm pretty sure that just opens it up for the other condition. Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay. So the way that works is because advanced tactics adds the tactic, save targets. So if you save them as a secondary target, they become a save target. Which, again, I don't really see the point of that. This is what sucks. There's just no way to say target them. So I want you to attack ranged first. But I want you to be using abilities on them too. So I have to use... This is why I have the mod that gives me more tactics. Just because if this functioned as fluidly as I intended it, I would only need these 2 tactics. But because, you know, it's advanced, I actually need 4 tactics instead of the 2. So that's why I have no problem having more tactics, because it's not that I need more tactics, it's just that for them to do one thing, instead of requiring 1 tactic, requires 2 or 3, and I consider that a limitation of the game. Alright, so if an enemy... Well, see, no, I'd have to do magic and for ranged. Oh, God. I think I could just manually tell them to use the fucking move then, honestly. I don't even know how much more damage his abilities do. I can move him down? No. I think if I control him and check out his damage numbers. Do we save before this? Because I want to experiment right now. I did. I'm just going to check this out really quickly. Do his abilities do like more damage than his basic attacks? If they don't, then I don't even need to worry about specifically setting him to do certain things. Alright, let me see. With this guy, he does 17. And then with this... They all hit him at the same time. I think it might have been 17, or it might have been the 17 and 16. Let me see that guy. 15 and 18. They might have hit him, though. Why are they all attacking the same one that I have to be attacking? Stop it. I'm trying to experiment, game.
Point. Too fast for you.
16, so that's not more damage. Let me just wait. Perfect, because no one's attacking him. So is this any more damage? That was her hitting. He moved out of my range. Okay, you know what? I want these guys to stop moving. Hold. I want to fucking experiment. Just let me see, game. Please. 16. Okay, so it doesn't do more damage. His basic attacks do the same amount of damage as those abilities, so I don't need to worry about him using those moves on anyone else. So he is fine with this, so it's okay that he's using basic attacks against them. Because it's the same damage, and like, theoretically those people at range won't have armor. However, reducing their attack and defense would be nice. But I will have to add 2 conditions for that. Because attack and defense in this game means chance to hit and chance to dodge. But at least removing the chance to hit would be nice. So enemy... Like, I can use at range, and that might help with the not having to do with magic and range, but like I'd rather just do both. Ranged attack, enemy using magic attack. Both of them I need to cripple. Crippling shot. Crippling shot. Those go first. Alright, so again, Primary target will be elite guys. And then after he debuffs elite guys, he will move on to the ranged people. If there were no elite guys, then he debuffed the ranged people. If there were no elites and ranged, then he goes after normal people. That makes sense. Alright. Nice little test there. Let me do this. He is definitely burning through his stamina. So any fight that lasts longer than that would be an issue. So I'm not sure if maybe I should... Oh no, it's him! Oh, it's not the archer, it's this guy. Really? What exactly is he using that's so fucking crazy? That would be 60 right there. Which would be half of his bar. He shouldn't be disengaging. And taunt is only if... Oh, maybe if an enemy... So no, I'll do it this way. If I am being attacked by melee... What? Oh, being attacked by melee, taunt. Maybe that's it? I don't know, he just burned through all the stamina. Otherwise I will have to turn off his precise striking, because it's not as important for him. Okay.
Going.
Wait, why did this not auto-loot? Oh, because there's still an enemy in battle, so it didn't end. There's this fucker. And I froze my own companion. Okay. There we go. Chainmail, flask. Save.
Oh, right.
Oh, right. The active route.
And I'm off.
So all these things respawn. I'm gonna be full in my inventory. We're gonna have to start trashing stuff so soon.
Going.
Enemies.
More darkspawn, hey?
Alright, I mean, these guys are gonna die anyway, so friendly fire, too bad. They're dead. Bam. Worth it. You. Freeze. Heal it.
And I'm off.
Good. So that made it so he didn't have to taunt me, or taunt them, because they didn't make it to me. As long as they're not hitting me, he's not going to use his taunt. Alright, so you are burning through yours as well. But it shouldn't really matter all too much, I would think.
Yes.
The Herlock Alpha back there.
Aw, you want to die?
That needs to be debuffed, that's what that's running to do.
Right then.
Okay. again, I can be more conservative with these abilities. They are burning through their stamina. Maybe I should, just for now. I'm just gonna turn them off. You'll only use your things against the tough guys. Or an enemy with higher armor, obviously. So the elites, he's popping off. Higher armor, he's popping off. And then normal shit. Okay. And then, as for now, that's still good, but I can always change it to just an enemy above a certain amount of health to use it. Because this is a case where we had normal enemies to start, and he burnt all of his stamina on them, and then when the tough guy came, it took him a while to get his stamina back. Yes, that's locked. Damn you. Assholes. Alright. I need to save, and I just have a package arrive, so let me go get my package, and then I will be right back. Alright. So the Tower of Ishal. Relax. There's a one. Then okay, I'm gonna die. Start locking some of these guys down. Just to get him out of play. Not go smoothly. We're gonna win, but health got low a lot. Nothing on the heal. Might have to change the whole if I'm being attacked thing, because right now it's set for melee, but I'll change that back just to be if I'm being attacked. Still keep it as is for now. Dude, there's so many here that we just can't get. So many locked chests. Why? Why did they not give us a rogue with deft hands? Wait a minute. Yeah, because deft hands is a rogue skill, right? Yeah, deft hands is a rogue skill. There is a mod in the game that allows you to break locks, but it's not going to matter because I am going to have a rogue soon. Don't know how soon, but soon. Right now, it's just haunting me, laughing at me. Look at all these locked chests that you can't interact with.
Yes.
Play. Why beeline for that? Okay. Knock him down, then get some good AoEs on him. Curious as to why this guy ran to someone else. Oh, because it's someone who wasn't being attacked by Alistair, I guess? Which is how I want it to work, I'm just curious. That has to be what it is. Interesting, because there was two enemies here, though. So why would he run to that one specifically and not either of these two? Where did you come from? Are you just watching the whole time? Dude, are all these chests gonna be locked? They're all gonna be locked, aren't they? Wooden crates, though. Save. I should hold them for half a second. Get into that. Can I reach from back here? No. There I can now. Two of them.
Yes.
Run into mine. There we go. Another locked one, of course. Okay. Level up.
Maker's breath. What are these Darkspawn doing ahead of the rest of the Horde? There wasn't supposed to be any resistance here.
Yeah, why attack the tower at all? Unless they somehow know the plan.
Now that's a scary thought. They couldn't know about the plan. How? They're not that smart, are they? At any rate, we need to hurry. We need to get up to the top of the tower and light the signal fire in time. Taron Logain will be waiting for the signal.
There, locked chest. Oh, some heads on spikes. Comforting. Get 'em.
Was there any doubt? Going.
Printed book. Get the ass.
Saving the day.
Oh.
Yes.
Actually worked out my favor though, because now I can get this. Although it's only 2. And no, we'll still do that. Oh, there's so many back there. Holy shit. What happened? Oh, I hit tilde by accident. Whatever. Enter. Thank you. Hit tab. Yeah, he is being hit by that, so as long as this guy walks into it. Good. Away. So I can deal with them.
Right. Look over there. Have. Value then.
This is where they came from. I leveled up. We'll do that in a sec. Trade manifest. Alright. We have 2 now, but we're still waiting. Alright, so. And getting the Stone Fist will allow me to shatter. Otherwise, like I said, I can get paralysis, mind blast if they come near me for stun, or we can get 1 point of weakness, or start going down this tree. In terms of how useful I can be, making the enemy take more magic damage, and then AoE more magic damage. Or just making them slower, miss more often, get hit more often. Or I can start out with a paralysis. So many good options here. I mean, in fights like this, I'm starting out with a big kaboom. I mean, and then if I paralyze someone, I have so many lockdowns right now. It's not that necessary, but it's always awesome. I think I'm going to start prepping for when we're fighting someone tough, so I should get one of the debuffs. Resistance or physical check. Is this guaranteed? No check. Now, I'm the only mage right now, so I'm the only one who would get the advantage of this. Whereas this would make it so that they, I'm gonna go with weakness, I think. So again, getting Shatter early is nice. I think I'm gonna go grab a weakness right now. I'm just not sure how much they'll resist it with that physical. The enemies I'm probably casting this on would resist. But we'll do it. Debuff. Okay, there. Got plenty of offensive spells at the moment.
I sense some darkspawn.
Boom. Have you frozen? Have you hit? What are you doing, you dick?
Yes. Ha, too bad for you.
Bad day, huh?
Eh. Locked again. Alright, did we get anything good? I'm assuming not. Sort by newest. Trade manifest. Just generic sellable stuff. Iron ring. Gift. Leather armor. No one should need that, so no, nothing useful.
And I'm off.
Loghain better be ready to charge as soon as we light the signal. The king is depending on us.
Nothing around here. Alright, we got these guys.
Never any shortage of these ones.
Nope. There. Why aren't you casting that? Get away.
Right.
Holy shit, how close did she have to be? There. Oh. Okay, some sort of issue. Oh. It's clicking on this. Okay. Clusterfuck then. Help with them.
How amusing.
Doing so much damage and pulling a bunch of aggro.
Are you
All right.
joking? Surely you're joking.
Let's stay in this view. We got lots of fights everywhere. Ice arrow. All grouped up here.
That lever over there! It will release the hound!
Oh, release the hounds to help us. Don't think we need that though.
That lever over there! It will release the hound!
Ah, so if they both run into the range, it's okay.
That lever over
Okay, I know,
there!
Alistair. I know about the lever.
Time to play.
So obsessed with me releasing the hounds there. Go ahead and debuff him.
Got some blood to spare?
Oh, I was not looking at my health. Damn. Alright, Alistair leveled. And let's see, Alistair. We're getting dexterity to something. Remember. what it was. See in a minute. So combat training. I know he needs that for skills, otherwise I'll have to look. What was I using him for? Alistair was survival. Okay. So we'll see if I need master combat. Right now I'm going to put survival just to see if I need that yet. I'll see what I need it. Alright, so I'm going to be pushing for taunt. Because the other option would have been going for more defense stuff here. And this is where the master combat stuff is, which I won't need to level 12. Or if I go assault, which early on I probably wouldn't. I mean, these are his main last 2 attacks. Everything else is like passive and stuff. But I kind of need those passives, like the sustain maybe, but more so the taunt and then just the passive defense things and defensive sustain. That's okay. I can at least put 1 point in survival. See if we get a second one or not. So again, do I want to start pushing shield defense? Bonus to defense, increased chance to shrug off missiles but attack the penalty. So he'll dodge more often, but miss more often. Shield balance will make it so he doesn't have that attack penalty anymore. The next level, he dodge more often. I think shield wall was what I was going with though, like eventually. Become immune to knockdown. Eventually a bonus to defense, but less damage. Honestly, I do feel like getting taunt right now. I'm not gonna have him use precise striking because I think he's gonna, yeah, he has threaten as a sustain. So there's not really a reason to get this sustain anyways, because like I'd only have enough for 1 sustain. I'd rather have him threaten the pull aggro. So yeah, we can start pushing towards taunt. My original plan was. Alright. Enemies in here I can see. Oh, because that's part of survival. You can see enemies. Blow them up here. Importantly, these guys just hold their position. Now they attack. Alright. Back. We're being flanked. You go over there. While you attack him.
Where do I go?
Lock them up. Oh, the dogs are over here.
Too bad for you.
There's more way in the back though, shit. Okay. I am here. Target you. And it.
Quick! Not bad at all.
Lesser injury kits that we haven't needed yet. Those doggos are with us for now. Not following us, but they're within range. Lots of lesser injury kits. Save. Oh. Oop. Go get him. Let me deal with you. Oh, this guy comes at me.
That won't stop me.
Wonder why Alistair didn't attack him. Doesn't he set to attack the nearest visible? Nearest visible. That's interesting. Now, this guy was the nearest visible until that guy ran closer. I'm curious what that's about. I definitely want him to attack people if they're rushing me. I mean, it has nothing to do with the fact that shield pummels the ability. I mean, I could just, you know, nearest visible enemy attack, but he didn't have shield pummel on cooldown. I guess there's a chance that he did, but no, because then he would still go after the nearest enemy. It had nothing to do with that. He just let that guy run past him. Also, I gotta do this again. So when an enemy is frozen, sometimes it ignores the nearest visible enemy thing because they're not counted as an enemy. That does remind me, I do want to do target attack. Target any attack. So what this will do is, in that instance where there's that bug, if an enemy is frozen, and if the AI doesn't register as an enemy, which happens, in that case, target attack will keep him attacking the same frozen enemy. So if Alistair is attacking someone and they get frozen, and the AI says they're not an enemy, he still will attack them. That's the very last thing. You'll also use Shield Bash. Otherwise, you know, he's going to be doing this, and then attacking the nearest visible enemy is the last possible thing. Like if he doesn't have that. Now we shouldn't need this condition because I think this is just default. They attack the nearest visible enemy, but just throwing it there, so why not? It shouldn't mess with anything negatively. Longbow. Alright, so we've got an ogre. I can immediately weakness. Let them go do their shit to it. Sure we can. Freeze it. Okay, how's fun? He's gonna rush? No. Stop blocking one. Uh-oh. Just did that. His ass though. I don't even need to heal him. He's at half health, but still more than enough. Is low. But we just kicked his ass. Oh yeah. See that?
The beacon is over here. We've surely missed the signal. Let's light it quickly.
We get a shield. Good amount of money. Rune.
Before it's too late.
Okay. Before we light the beacon, get the rest of the loot.
Going.
Tribal necklace. That's a gift. That's everything? Okay. Save. Light.
Sound the retreat.
But what about the king? Should we not...
Do as I command.
Pull out! All of you, let's move!
Traitor.
Ah, your eyes finally open. Mother shall be pleased.
What happened to the Darkspawn?
You were injured, and then Mother rescued you. Do you not remember?
But what happened to the army? The king?
The man who was to respond to your signal quit the field. The Darkspawn won your battle. Those he abandoned were massacred. Your friend, he is not taking it well.
What happened to the Grey Wardens and the king?
All dead. Your friend has veered between denial and grief since Mother told him. He is outside by the fire. Mother asked to see you when you awoke.
I have some questions.
I do not mind. Take your time.
Are we safe here? We're the Darkspawn.
We are safe, for the moment. Mother's magic keeps the Darkspawn away. Once you leave, 'tis uncertain what will happen. The Horde has moved on, so you might avoid it.
But why'd you save us?
I wonder at that myself. But she tells me nothing. Perhaps you were the only ones she could reach. I would have rescued your king. A king would be worth a much higher ransom than you.
Much, much higher.
What a sensible attitude. Mother is seldom sensible, however.
How'd you manage to rescue us?
She turned into a giant bird and plucked the two of you from atop the tower, one in each talon. If you do not believe that tale, then I suggest you ask Mother yourself. She may even tell you.
So are there any survivors besides us?
Only stragglers that are long gone. You would not want to see what is happening in that valley now.
Why, what's happening?
Are you sure you want me to describe it?
Yes, please.
I had a good view of the battlefield. 'Tis a grisly scene. There are bodies everywhere, and darkspawn swarm them, feeding, I think. They also look for survivors and drag them back down beneath the ground. I cannot say why.
Why'd Loghain abandon the king?
I do not know who this Loghain even is. Perhaps ask Mother of it.
Alright, I've heard enough.
I agree. 'Tis time you speak with Mother, then be on your way.
Yep, so Loghain betrayed us. Okay.
Huh.
Like that.
See, here is your fellow Grey Warden. You worry too much, young man.
You're alive. I thought you were dead for sure.
I'm not, thanks to Morrigan's mother.
Oh, this doesn't seem real. If it weren't for Morrigan's mother, we'd be dead on top of that tower.
Do not talk about me as if I am not present, lad.
I didn't mean... But what do we call you? You've never told us your name?
Names are pretty, but useless. The chastened folk call me Flemeth. I suppose it will do.
The Flemeth? From the legends? Daveth was right. You're the Witch of the Wilds, aren't you?
And what does that mean? I know a bit of magic, and it has served you both well, has it not?
So why did you save us?
Well, we cannot have all the Grey Wardens dying at once, can we? Someone has to deal with these darkspawn. It has always been the Grey Warden's duty to unite the lands against the Blights. Or did that change when I wasn't looking?
Lands hardly united thanks to Loghain.
That doesn't make any sense. Why would he do it?
Now that is a good question. Men's hearts hold shadows darker than any tainted creature. Perhaps he believes the Blight is an army he can outmaneuver. Perhaps he does not see that the evil behind it is the true threat.
The Archdemon.
What is this Archdemon exactly?
It is said that long ago, the Maker sent the old gods of the ancient Tevinter Imperium to slumber in prisons deep beneath the surface. An archdemon is an old god awakened and tainted by darkspawn. Believe that or not, history says it's a fearsome and immortal thing, and only fools ignore history.
What could Taryn hope to gain by betraying the king?
The throne? He's the Queen's father. Still, I can't see how he'll get away with murder.
You speak as if he would be the first king to gain his throne that way. Grow up, boy.
If Al-Eamon knew what he did, he would never stand for it. The Landsmeet would never stand for it. There would be civil war.
Al-Eamon? The Arl of Redcliffe?
I suppose. Al-Eamon wasn't at Ostagar. He still has all his men. And he was Kaelin's uncle. I know him. He's a good man, respected in the Landsmeet. Of course, we could go to Redcliffe and appeal to him for help.
What about those treaties Flemeth gave us?
See? There is a smart lass.
Of course! The treaties! Grey Wardens can demand aid from dwarves, elves, mages, and other places. They're obligated to help us during a blight.
I may be old, but dwarves, elves, mages, this Arl Eamon, and who knows what else. This sounds like an army to me.
So can we do this? Go to Redcliffe and these other places and build an army?
Why not? Isn't that what Grey Wardens do?
So you are set then, ready to be Grey Wardens.
Don't suppose you can offer any help.
Now that you mention it, I do have one more thing to offer.
The stew is bubbling, Mother dear. Shall we have 2 guests for the eve, or none?
The Grey Wardens are leaving shortly, girl. And you will be joining them.
Such a shame. What?
You heard me, girl. The last time I looked, you had ears.
I think that's an excellent idea.
Have I no say in this?
You have been itching to get out of the wilds for years. Here is your chance. As for you, Wardens, consider this repayment for your lives.
Was this your idea all along?
Pardon me, but I had the impression that you two needed assistance, whatever the form.
Not to look a gift horse in the mouth, but won't this add to our problems? Out of the wilds, she's an apostate.
If you do not wish help from us illegal mages, young man, perhaps I should have left you on that tower.
Point taken.
Mother, this is not how I wanted this. I'm not even ready.
You must be ready. Alone, these two must unite Ferelden against the Darkspawn. They need you, Morrigan. Without you, they will surely fail, and all will perish under the Blight. Even I.
I understand.
And you, Wardens, do you understand? I give you that which I value above all in this world. I do this because you must succeed.
I understand.
Allow me to get my things, if you please. I am at your disposal, Grey Wardens. I suggest a village north of the wilds as our first destination. It is not far, and you will find much you need there. Or, if you prefer, I shall simply be your silent guide. The choice is yours.
I prefer you speak your mind. Actually, I have some questions.
I may have answers. Ask.
Tell me about this village.
'Tis a small place of little consequence called Lothering. No more than a stop along your Imperial Highway where travelers purchase goods from local farms and smiths. I would go more often were it not for the town's chantry. It makes the village particularly intolerant and unpleasant for a stranger such as me.
A chantry? And they never in all this time thought that maybe you were a witch?
Of course they have. They even called out their Templars once. They found nothing.
Have you never been outside the wilds? Clearly we know the answer.
From time to time, I have been to the village I mentioned, watched its people, and pondered what curious beings they are. On occasion, I purchased goods from the village merchants. There I spoke with men a little. There they stared and knew me as an outsider. Mother wishes for me to expand the horizon of my experience beyond the wilds. Even she was not born here.
Is that what you want?
What I want is to see mountains. I wish to witness the ocean and step into its waters. I want to experience a city rather than see it in my mind. So, yes, this is what I want. Actually, leaving is harder than I thought, however. Perhaps Mother is right. It must simply be done quickly.
Are you really her daughter?
'Twas she who raised me, and thus I consider her my mother, born from her womb or not. 'Tis what you meant, yes?
You just gonna be here alone?
Mother was alone long before I came, and will be so long after I am dead. Such is her choice, though I suspect she would claim the choice was made for her.
How are we gonna get past Darkspawn?
The real question is how we are going to get your friend past the Darkspawn, is it not?
That's true. We can sense the Darkspawn. Conversely, they can sense us.
I don't sense any.
You won't right away. No. It takes time. We should be able to sneak past smaller groups, but larger ones, or particularly intelligent Darkspawn, will always detect us.
Mother has given me something else for them to smell instead as we pass by.
Okay.
It is important we head out of the wilds, however, not farther in.
They're camped farther in the forest?
They come from underground, like an eruption. They broke through deep within the forest, and that is where they will be most concentrated.
Alright, so what about your skills?
I know a few spells, though I am nowhere near as powerful as Mother. I have also studied history and your Grey Warden treaties.
Can you cook?
I can cook, yes.
Then you can substitute for Alistair.
Right, my cooking will kill us. That's all I meant.
I also know at least 15 different poisons that grow right here in this marsh. Not that I would suggest 'tis at all related to cooking.
Of course. Alright.
Farewell, Mother. Do not forget the stew on the fire. I would hate to return to a burned-down hut.
Bah! 'Tis far more likely you will return to see this entire area, along with my hut, swallowed up by the blight.
All I meant was...
Yes, I know. Do try to have fun, dear.
Alright, we now have Morrigan. Not gonna be in our main party. And the reason I'm a female is because I've struggled to decide that we're not romancing Morrigan. Because she's the obvious choice, and that's who I would. We're doing someone else. Alright, let's see how she's spec'd out. How a little redundant with me. Oh no, she actually works out pretty well. So, this is the reason I started looking at class mods, because I was playing a mage. And like I said, unless you're doing a, like, what are they called? Like, Arcane Warrior, where you're a melee mage, like, you know, you're in melee range. There's really only one, specialization that's good. And then there's Blood Magic too, which is also good if you're, like, doing that. So really there's two. But Shapeshifter is literally just completely pointless. It's not good at all, even if you're using that type of playstyle to shapeshift like a druid. It's basically like a druid tree, but it's just not good. So that's why I started looking into class mods, because there weren't many. So we're going to ignore her Shapeshifter tree. We're not even going to use her for that long, but ignoring that, he at least has this. I'd probably beeline to Stonefist so she has that. I don't know if we want a second heal as well. Otherwise, it's nice she has this. She has the Hex. She has Horror, so I mean, getting Sleep wouldn't be terrible. I just don't know if she'd get 30 magic, but that's a nice non-friendly fire spell. So again, in terms of the AI, I'm intentionally making it so my AI mage doesn't have like AoEs like Fireball and stuff, because they won't use them. They literally can't use them. I have to control them. Whereas a spell like Sleep, they can use because there's no friendly fire. So, I could either give her Sleep, assuming she gets to 30. I'm not sure if like the +3 counts with that. Or I could start pushing the Stonefist so we can shatter. Or we can do a second heal. Right now she's definitely focused on like debuffing, if you will, doing ailments. Whereas I'm focused on doing attacks. Getting the Sleep would be really nice. I'll have to see what I feel like. Okay. And then her skills here, she has Herbalism, Combat. Okay. Compare this to mine. Hers has better like raw stats, but mine has the plus magic, spell power, and all that other fun stuff. So I'll keep mine on me. That swaps magic for spell power, which is the same, and spirit damage. She's not doing any kind of spirit damage. So 1 magic gives you 1 spell power, so I guess I'd keep the 1 magic, because I think it has other benefits as well. And again, that spirit damage, I think... Yeah, she doesn't even have the 1 spirit spell. So that's fine. Alright. Next. Only stuff that she can wear. Mental resist or armor. I think armor for now until we get more party members. 2 magic, cold damage. Restricted to her, of course. I'll keep her with that. Okay. Wait. I never got my gear back from those people. Wait a minute. They should have given me back. Let me just see. He had the Wicked Oath. Yeah, I never got that back. Wicked Oath, Apprenticed Amulet, Bane Helmet. We'll have to redo all this and then, just, you know, we can skip dialogue, but... Yeah, no Thane Helmet. Oh, wow, that's weird. Damn. About to unequip all their shit. What? Give him that, oh no, he already has one, so that's fine. Take it for now. Inventory full. That then. I have to get my shit back. Oh, wrong one. God damn it. At least want this back and that back, and I can give them their shit. So I can give them the shittier stuff. Warden Recruit is worse, but it does increase damage versus Darkspawn. It's worse defense, worse armor penetration, better fatigue. Doesn't really matter because I'm having Alistair, he has his own shield, and we're gonna get one. What type? That's gonna help. Yeah, it's gotta give them the shittiest stuff, but also keep in mind, I'm not sure when we're getting the next companions. I don't know if they're gonna have the strength requirements for any of this. I wish I knew. Well, this has no strength requirement. So that can be our 4th companion there, so I can't just give away the shittiest one, which is that. There. Alright, Helm. Do that, so we have one of each type. Definitely get those boots back. stamina, armor. Not gonna matter either way. That. And that one you can keep, I guess. Have a bunch of this stamina. Yeah, I'd rather keep the stamina over the armor. I gotta get the belt back though, and then we're still looting stuff from that guy, so I gotta like equip some shitty stuff on them. Give him that other shit shield. Give me that back, and then we gotta free up space. Oh fuck, I can't give them I guess I can use it for me and just get some space here. It's better to go with like 2 weapons there. That's his stupid shit. Alright, I only have 2 slots. I don't know if that's enough. I'll give him some really shitty stuff. Armor-wise. Give him one of these. We had something. It's 3 whole slots. Oh, you know what? Oh god. No, we can't loot after we kill the guy. No, okay. That's right. We loot now, which I did and I saved. And we'll get stuff from him. I just want to make sure I have enough room. I'll give him that shitty helmet, I guess. 4 slots? Is that enough? I would think that's enough. Give him 2 things just to hold on to. Oh, he can't do 2 things. He can only do 1, so... Unless he can dual wield. Nah, because that's one-handed stuff. Hand it there, whatever. Alright, that's 5 slots. That should be more than enough. Stuff we're losing now won't matter. Yeah, redo this fight. We do a different save. Who did that stuff? That's weird though, we just didn't get our shit back in this fight. I don't know. Even medium term, it's not gonna matter. Oh wait, oh good, we're not even fighting. Oh, sweet. We're just skipping that. That was after the fight.
Your eyes finally
So I actually
open.
lost some
Mother
slot.
shall be
I don't fucking
pleased.
care, it's fine. Try to pick the same dialogue options here, just because...
You were injured, and then Mother... Those he abandoned were massacred. He is outside by the fire. Mother asked to see you when you were... I do not mind. Take your time. Once you leave, 'tis... I would have rescued your king. What a sensible attitude. If you do not believe that, only stragglers that are long gone. I do not...
Still 5 slots, good. I would just keep quick saving. Alright.
You're alive.
And what does that mean? I know a bit of... It has always been the Grey Warden's duty to unite the lands.
The Archdemon.
An Archdemon is an old god awakened and tainted by Darkspawn. Believe that or not, history says it's a fearsome and immortal thing, and only fools ignore history.
Oh yeah, we did ask.
If Al
Why did he
Eamon
betray
knew what
us?
he
Yeah.
did, he would... I know him. He's a good man, respected in the Landsmeet. So can we do this? Go to Redcliffe and these other places and...
So you are set then, ready to be Grey Wardens. You heard me, girl. You have been itching to get out of the wilds for years. And you, Wardens, do you...
Or if you prefer, I shall simply be your... I may have answers. 'Twas she who raised me, and thus I can... Mother was alone. Mother wishes for me. So... Of course they have. They even called out their Templars once. Beyond that, 'tis close.
That's true.
Mother has given me something else. They come from... I can cook. I also...
Alright, there we go. I'll update again, then we can start doing this. Give. Okay. Need to cover her face. Sorry, Morgan. I'm so sorry. Both these, let's see, armor, dodge, armor, healing. Or we'll keep her with that. And I could go cowl instead. That's better mental resistance anyway. These boots, I'd lose 1 magic. A bunch of defensive stuff, but right now we shouldn't need that, alright? And we weren't swapping her weapon. This is where I noticed everything was missing. Alright, so we can do that for more, damage spells. Or 1 willpower now. We'll go with more damage. Spell resistance, I guess. Magic. Not gonna help any of us. Alright. Okay. So that should be good now. Get to a merchant, I can sell some shit. Now I gotta do her bar, and then for other stuff. Oh, not that I'll use it, but I'll throw the lyriums there. Okay, so weapon buff. Here, got single target freeze, single target lightning, cower and fear. It doesn't do damage unless they're sleeping, so this is just a straight support thing. We've got the AoE around her. Drain life, healing, disorient. It's also not damage dealing debuff. Also, so we got the 3 debuffs, that and that. Okay. Then here, ranged. So, nearest visible enemy, Winter's Grasp. If you're surrounded by 2 enemies, you Mind Blast. That's priority number 1. Your health is below 50%, your life drain, sure. Otherwise, we have lightning, the debuffs. So I guess nearest visible enemy, use lightning. I'll figure out the order later. Horror, power and fear. It's short range, so that's why it's if you're being attacked by melee. That's fine. The disorient, vulnerability X. Let's see. Both of these... Oh no, disorient is the attack and defense down. Whereas vulnerability hex is more damage. Okay, so under what condition should she use that? I guess if an enemy is elite or higher, use Disorient. And enemy elite or higher, use that as well. Use ability hex, and that's gonna be everything, which is grass, life. Alright, so order. That's if you're surrounded. That's if your health is low. That's if you're being attacked. Melee. Otherwise, you will be using Winter's Grasp. You'll be using Lightning. I guess we debuff first. Enemy with either ranged or magic. Now this is where I went to attack them, but we'll need more conditions for enemy. Those are the ones we'll want to lock up first. All of these go ahead of that. The defense stuff. Tough people debuffed, otherwise she'll lock up ranged enemies and then attack ranged enemies. And then start attacking the other ones nearby. Okay. Good. Nothing here? Alright. Hey, the world map finally. There you go. Lothran.
And I expect each of you to supply these men. We must rebuild what was lost at Ostagar, and quickly. There are those who would take advantage of our weakened state if we let them. We must defeat this Darkspawn incursion, but we must do so sensibly and without hesitation.
Your lordship, if I might speak. You have declared yourself Queen Anora's regent, and claim we must unite under your banner for our own good. But what of the army lost at Ostagar? Your withdrawal was most fortuitous.
Everything I have done has been to secure Ferelden's independence. I have not shirked my duty to the throne, and neither will any of you!
The Bannorn will not bow to you simply because you demand it.
Understand this. I will brook no threat to this nation from you or anyone.
Van Tegan, please!
Your Majesty, your father risks civil war. If Eamon were here...
Van Tegan, my father is doing what is best.
Did he also do what was best for your husband, Your Majesty?
I wasn't sure if he'd, like, you know, try to lie about the retreat, but now everyone knows about the retreat. How fucking smart was his plan, then? There we go, our doggo. as the dog, obviously, that we cured. As far as it goes. There. Oh, I can't stop him. Not worked that well. Die anyway. Let's go ahead and weakness. Those darkspawn didn't hurt your boy, did they?
I think he was out there looking for you. He's chosen you. Mabari are like that. They call it imprinting.
Does this mean we're going to have this mangy beast following us about now? Wonderful.
He's not mangy.
I've always wanted a dog like this. Maybe it's meant to be. Okay. So many names. I gotta go with the name of my dog that we had for years. His name was Norbert, but we called him Norbs for short. I think I'll still go with Norbert. It's actually someone who lived next to a church. It's called St. Norbert's. They had him. They called him Norbert, and then they moved, so we took him. Yeah, I normally think it's not really a name for a dog, but that was my fucking dog, man. Alright. One of your party members has begun to genuinely like you and respect your leadership. As you improve your relationships, head to the camp, speak with them. Willing to open up. Keep track of their approval. The orange bar. It's him, maxed out. Okay. Yeah, we still have that point that we're hoarding. Growl. Suffers defense penalty. Stun. Passive. Charges at an enemy dealing normal damage and knocking them down. Okay, so charge, dread howl, growl. Okay. Enemy. Nearest visible. Charge. Yeah, because cooldown's super long, so you'll only be using it to start the fight. Then target, growl, self, surrounded by 2 owl. Yep. Charge in, growl, and howl. Aggressive. Alright. Interesting. He actually gets gear that obviously I don't have. Okay. Edit? Let me try turning difficulty up, because it already seems kind of easy.
Wake up, gentlemen! More travelers to attend to. Led by an elf, of all things.
They don't look much like them others, you know. Maybe we should just let these ones pass.
Nonsense. Greetings, travelers!
Highwaymen, preying on those fleeing the Darkspawn, I
Yep,
suppose.
that's what I figured.
They are fools to get in our way. I say, teach them a lesson.
Now, is that any way to greet someone? A simple 10 silvers, and you're free to move on.
You're toll collectors, then.
Indeed, for the upkeep of the Imperial Highway. It's a bit of a mess, isn't it?
Well, perhaps you should charge more.
You want to pay more? Well, we'll happily accept donations.
I was trying to be like sassy with them. Oh, I'm just saying it's rough business for such a pittance.
I could be mistaken, but that sounded threatening.
Sounded like a threat to me.
Interesting, because you seem a bit outnumbered.
You know, we're not going to get the intimidate, so fuck it. Hard to be outnumbered by common thugs.
Well, I can't say I'm pleased to hear that. We have rules, you know.
Right. We get to ransack your corpse then. Those are the rules.
We can certainly try.
Well, this is going nowhere. Let's finish this, gents.
Yes, indeed. Let's.
And I'm off.
You can get forward. I'll get over here. A bandit leader is coming at me, pulling so much aggro. Where are you at? See him? Where are you? Am I crazy? Oh, you're right here. Okay. I need you to attack him. Try to pull some aggro away. Both perfect. Alright. Good. Now I want to focus on one at a time here. This guy fleeing?
It's your time to die!
No. Alright. I'm still pulling the aggro. This is where me getting that stun would be nice. Don't attack. Or don't leave attack. Kill myself preemptively.
Not bad!
All right, we surrender. We're just trying to get by before the Darkspawn get us all.
Get by? You're a criminal.
Yes, I'm a criminal. I admit it. I apologize.
I don't want everything you stolen. I know everything you stolen.
Yes, of course. The coins we collected are right here. Just over 100 silvers. The rest is in the chests we brought. I swear.
I want some questions answered.
Well, what could I tell you? We aren't even from these parts.
What exactly have you been doing?
Well, watching for folks fleeing from the south. Chasing from the wilds and farmholders, mostly. There aren't soldiers here anymore, so we help ourselves. We try not to hurt anyone too much.
What's going on in Lothring?
It's packed full. The band took his men north with Teyrn Loghain, so there's no one looking out for it except a few Templars at the Chantry. Well, I was just trying to feed my family, you know?
Mm-hmm. Heard of any survivors from the battle?
Couple, maybe. A group of wounded Ash Warriors came by earlier. Got right out of their way.
What news have you heard?
Everyone's saying how the Grey Wardens betrayed the king during the Darkspawn fight. Got him and themselves killed. Teyrn Loghain pulled out just in time. First thing he's doing as regent is putting a bounty on Grey Wardens.
And that is the twist he's selling.
Well, then let
it
me
makes
go.
sense because, you know, there's no way he can hide that he retreated. He's trying to mask it by saying that the Grey Wardens betrayed and he retreated. Alright, well, I'm turning you into authorities.
There aren't any. Just the Templars, and they'll execute me.
we get him executed? I'm not going to recruit him, or do we let him run? If we let him run, then he might do this somewhere else. The hope would be that we scared him enough that he wouldn't. There'd be no guarantees. They'll do what they must. Come with me.
I'm not going down without a fight!
Oh no. Who could have seen that coming? What a shame that I get the kill. Now get the loot.
Going.
Knight's Note. Codex and a locket. A woman picture inside. Yeah. Oh, notes. So many of my fellow knights have been searching for the urn. Surely one of them must have found Brother Gentis BD now. Still, until I hear that all is well, I must proceed as planned. Brother Genitivi holds the keys to finding the urn of sacred ashes. We always knew this, but I believe I know now where he is. I've been to his home in Denerim, found the trail. Amazed the other knights have not done otherwise. Unless they have, no. Best not to get caught up in conspiracy theories. Sir Donald awaits my report in Lothring. Let's go to him immediately, report what I've learned. Should anyone find these ramblings, all I ask is to be informed of my fate. Okay. Is he killed by them? How would a knight be down by them? That's what it looks like.
Going.
Save.
Well, there it is. Lothering. Pretty as a painting.
Ah, so you have finally decided to rejoin us, have you? Falling on your blade in grief seemed like too much trouble, I take it.
Is my being upset so hard to understand? Have you never lost someone important to you? Just what would you do if your mother died?
Before or after I stopped laughing.
Right, very creepy. Forget I asked.
What do you want to talk about?
His navel, I suspect. He certainly has been contemplating it for long enough.
Oh, I get it. This is the part where we're shocked to discover how you've never had a friend your entire life.
I can be friendly when I desire to. Alas, desiring to be more intelligent does not make it so.
Anyway, I thought we should talk about where we intend to go first.
You have some thoughts?
This should be good.
I think what Flemeth suggested is the best idea. These treaties, have you looked at them?
No.
There are three main groups that we have treaties for. The Dalish Elves, the Dwarves of Orzammar, and the Circle of Magi. I also still think that Arleman is our best bet for help. We might even want to go to him first.
What do you think we should do, Morgan?
Go after your enemy directly. Find this man Loghain and kill him. The rest of this business with the treaties can then be done in safety.
Yes, he certainly wouldn't see that coming, and it's not like he has the advantage of an army and experience and...
I was asked for my opinion and I gave it. If your wish is to come up with reasons why something cannot be done, we will stand here until the Darkspawn are upon us.
Is there any way to contact Grey Wardens?
Short of leaving Ferelden to seek them out, the only place to send word to would be Weishaupt Fortress. And that's thousands of miles away.
And we need to find these people.
I can give you directions, if you like.
Alright, what about the Earl?
He'll be at Castle Redcliffe, in the far western part of Ferelden, next to the mountain passes. If he isn't there, someone will be able to tell us where he is.
And the Elves?
If we head eastward, towards the Brisilian Forest, we should hear word of one of the clans that wanders that area. Hopefully they will still be there.
Dwarves?
We would need to speak to their king in Orzammar. That means heading west into the Frostback Mountains, which won't be easy.
Won't the Circle of Magi do what the Chantry says?
Technically, the Circle of Magi is independent. We don't know that the Chantry won't support us, of course.
You truly believe that?
If we speak to the first Enchanter, he should see that his responsibility to the Grey Wardens supersedes anything the Chantry or even Tanlo Gain might have to say about it.
Where would Logan be exactly?
If he isn't out in the field with his army, he's probably going to be at the palace in Denerim. We can go to Denerim, but somehow I suspect that they're not going to let us just walk around. Only a suspicion, of course.
Alright.
Then you have a plan.
Where are you going?
Fair enough. Let's head into the village whenever you're ready.
Okay, save. And... Definitely find a merchant to
Stop
sell
looking
our
at me,
shit.
mongrel. I have nothing you want. Why do you keep staring at me so, you flea-ridden beast? Can you not tell when you are not wanted? I enjoy company of creatures of the wild, not stench-ridden domesticated wolves. And he persists. Maddening!
God, the dialogue's gonna be so good. Oh my god, man. Oh, it's gonna be so awesome. Oh, Templar, immediately.
Shelter, I'll warn you. There's none to be found.
Oh, I thought he'd start yelling at us. Surprising.
It's just a guess, but I'm thinking everyone in Lothering is...
Back off. I have the right to
Yeah.
charge what I wish.
You profit from their misfortune. I should have the Templars give away everything in your carts.
You wouldn't dare. Any of you step too close to my goods and I'll...
It's so nice to see everyone working together in a crisis. Warms the heart.
Oh, you there. You look able. Would you care to make a tiny profit helping a beleaguered businessman?
Is your profiteering ruffling some feathers?
You could say that, yes.
The nerve of these people!
He is charging outlandish prices for things people desperately need. Their blood is filling his pockets.
'Tis only survival of the fittest. All of these cretins would do the same in his shoes, given the chance.
I have limited supplies. The people decide what those supplies are worth to them.
You bought most of your wares from these very people last week. Now they flee for their lives, and you want to talk business?
Look, stranger, I've 100 silvers if you drive this rabble off, starting with that priest. I'm an honest merchant, nothing more.
You don't think you're being unscrupulous?
Would it help these folks if they could buy no goods at all?
They spend their very last coin because they are desperate, and this man preys upon them as surely as the bandits outside the city.
Ah, I'm not arguing anymore. Drive off this woman and get your 100 silvers. Otherwise, I'm taking my wagon and leaving.
We don't really have a high check, but I think you can compromise to still make a profit. Like, that's what I'm hoping. You can lower your price, but still, you know, charge more.
Perhaps. If that woman agrees I'm allowed to charge something.
Okay.
Do what you must, so long as the prices do not beggar the needy.
Exactly.
Fine, fine, done. And since you don't look too needy, normal prices for you.
So, we have come to solve every squabble in the village personally.
Yep.
My, but the Darkspawn will be impressed.
Exactly.
Thank you for your generous
That'll be most of the
assistance.
game.
May the Maker watch over your path.
That's a good merchant to sell shit to. Morgan disproves, yeah, I know.
Don't suppose you're looking to buy something?
Let's see.
All right. Just don't buy everything up.
Leave a backpack slot. No backpack? Me? Okay, god damn it. Unless I can sell some shit, but god damn it. I'm not gonna be using these incense anytime soon. The coatings I won't be using anytime soon. I looked into what some of the stuff I can sell is. Let me just Alt tab out. I think I have that window still up here. Yes. Ruby, greenstone, quartz, diamond, emerald, fluorspar. Quartz. Trade manifest. I think silver chalice. Yes, because someone made a list. There's only like 10 things or so that you can sell that aren't used anywhere. Now, just because something's used somewhere doesn't mean you need to hoard them all, but at least I know for a fact that these like 10 or so things will never be used for no crafting, no turning in quests, nothing. That easy there. I'm assuming you can enchant rings, which is why you might want to hold on to these iron rings that have nothing on them. I don't know, though. At least free up some space now, and then sell later once I get more companions. As long as I have some space before we leave town. Like, we'll loot some stuff in town, but... Hey, I guess we don't need Apprentice Cowl, because if Morgan already has something better, then no need. And Morgan's stuff is better. I'm assuming we won't need to hold on to these mage's robes. 22 strength, 14 strength. Oh, I never actually put Alistair's stuff on. If there's anything new in terms of shields here. Slightly better stats. Spell resist, void missiles. That has a void missiles. Increase. Yeah, no, I'd rather keep what I have, so no need for this. Okay. No need for these. I think for now this is good, and we can just come back soon and make sure I have space to loot the town. Be plenty of space for now. Alright. Save.
Huh.
What the fuck? Gold scythe what? Oh, it's a gift. Okay. I was like, there's a weapon, a gold scythe? What?
I'm cold. I don't like this. Have you seen my mother?
Depends. Who's your mother?
She's really tall, and she has red hair.
I'm not your mother.
We live on a big farmhold, all of us. Some mean men with swords came, and Mother told me to run to the village as fast as I could, so I did. She said she'd be right behind me, but I've been waiting and waiting, and I can't see her.
Where's your father?
He went with William to the neighbours yesterday, but he didn't come back.
I'll help you look for her.
Mother said I wasn't to go with anyone. I'm supposed to wait for her here, in the village.
I feel like this is just a scam, but we can give, No, you don't go to the Chantry. Someone will look after you.
I will, but only if I don't find Mother first. So, are you really an elf?
Did the ears give it away?
Father says elves aren't very nice, but you're nicer than everybody here. Thank you for helping me.
Because giving him money is one thing to eat, but giving him shelter with the Chantry is different. Although, I'm not really sure how they work, if they're going to conscript him or something. I would hope not. We do this stuff. No, we didn't. And if we can get a fucking rogue. Alright, so we have 2 ways to go. I can go across the bridge. Might as well check this out
The
first.
Chanters are still operating their board. How that's dedication.
And Eileen spoke unto the masses, My hearth is yours, my bread is yours, my life is yours. For all who walk in the
Big-ass
sight of
hands.
the Maker are one.
His long ass fingers. Greetings? Lyle?
Let all repeat the chant of light. Only the word dispels the darkness upon us.
He can't answer you. He's Chanter Devons.
What's a chanter?
One of them that can only say the chant of light. His board has letters of good deeds to be doing. My father fixed Widow Allison's roof once, and the charter paid him, he did.
A learned child is a blessing upon his parents and unto the Maker.
Like a vow of silence then? You can't talk normally?
Unless it's the chant of light, no.
And so Rajmael in the heathen temple recanted. Speak only the word, sing only the chant, then the golden city is thine, spoke Andraste.
Anything of interest on the board?
Blessed are the peacekeepers, champions of the just.
Bandits everywhere. Job board. Speak to the representative and receive your reward. Okay. Reward for apprehension or execution of bandit leaders. Applying their trade in northern wooden roads. Okay.
Darkspawn will feast on your living hearts. The legions of evil are on your doorstep. They will feast upon our hearts. There is nowhere to run. This evil will cover the world like a plague of locusts.
Please, you're scaring the children.
Better to slit their throats now than let them suffer at Darkspawn hands. There! One of their minions is already amongst us. This woman bears their evil stench.
Of
Can you not
course.
see the vile blackness that fills her?
No one gonna shut this bad man up.
Be my guest. I've no urge to try out that axe of his.
I watch the Black Horde descend on my people. Darkness swallowed the marshes whole. This minion is but the first of those who will destroy us.
You poor man, what happened to you?
My family, my clan, those creatures butchered them all. Some of us fled here, but we cannot escape the Darkspawn.
Horrible, how'd you escape?
I ran, hearing my wife screams as they dragged her off. She had hair the same color as yours.
Daring people won't get her back. You know what? You're not honoring her death by acting like this.
Are you calling me a coward?
I'm calling you an idiot. Listen to yourself for a moment.
I have shamed my ancestors, but the blackness will come.
Okay.
He was right, wasn't he? There's no hope for us.
There's always hope. Muster your courage.
You're right. We can't give up.
But we can't fight. What are we supposed to do?
We can't lie down and die either. We must go north to Denerim. Your king is dead! There is...
If you seek refuge in the Chantry, there's simply no room left.
Oh, I can see through my, knees there. You're closed?
We turn none aside, but we simply don't have room for anyone to sleep. Priests are within if you seek to offer devotion to the Maker, however. May he protect us all.
Who's in charge?
The revered mother runs the chantry itself, and Sir Bryant heads the Templars stationed here.
You know there were bandits on the highway.
Were? Did you drive them off? Well, Sir Bryant will appreciate that.
Any news?
Not since Tairn Loghain passed by with his army. It's a shame about the king. But with the Darkspawn coming, few can think of anything else. Make her watch over you.
Okay.
There's word of Darkspawn stragglers, but no sign of the main horde. We are the only hope of protection this village has now, and I will not abandon them. That is all. May the Maker have mercy on us. Yes, my lady? Who might you be?
I'm not gonna say Grey Warden yet because we're branded as traitors, so you can call me Liska.
I am Sir Bryant, commander of Lothering's remaining Templars. You don't seem like the other refugees. Are you one of Arl Eamon's knights?
Many of his knights come here.
Some have in recent days. Arl Eamon has fallen ill, and his knights are on a quest for the sacred urn filled with Andraste's ashes, said to cure any malady. He must be very ill if they chase miracles as the only cure. One of the Arl's knights, Sir Donnell, is here searching for fantasies. Well, never mind. Ask him if you care about this foolishness.
About those bandits outside.
Maker's breath, how many times must we drive them off?
They won't bother you again. I killed them.
All of them? By yourself?
It's true. I saw it from my post. It was over so fast, we didn't even have time to get over there.
Sad that it needed to come to that. But then they asked for it. Will you accept a small reward for your service?
Keep not for trouble for the right pay.
I wish I could afford such help, to be truthful. Take your reward, at any rate. It is all I have to offer. If it interests you, there is a Chanters board outside full of quests that need doing. The Chanters even offer pay for some of them. Now, unless there's something else you need.
I need info.
If the matter is important, certainly.
You in charge?
The revered mother leads this flock. I merely command her Templars. Normally, our role is to protect the Chantry and seek out unsanctioned magic. For now, it is all we can do to protect the innocent.
You know I'm a mage, right?
As am I.
I have no time to even think about such things right now. My concern is protecting these people. I see nothing threatening them other than the Darkspawn.
Other Templars fight against magic.
We have more than swords at our disposal. We're taught to dispel unholy magics as well. If only our powers work to keep away the Darkspawn. Alas, it is not so.
So where's the revered mother?
In her study, no doubt. Preparing what she will take when we eventually evacuate.
You the only one, only protection in this village?
Our ban was summoned by Tairn Loghain, and he took his soldiers north with him. Lothering has been abandoned.
Alright.
If the matter is important, certainly.
Any news?
Other than the Darkspawn horde bearing down on us, none of it is good. Tairn Loghain is set to declare himself king, I hear. Disaster piled on disaster.
King Cailan and no heir?
None that we know of. Tairn Loghain has no legitimate claim on the throne. He may be a hero, and his daughter may be queen, but he is a commoner, and the king's corpse is barely cold. If Arl Eamon was able to intervene, perhaps it would not have gone this far. I do not care who takes the throne. Only fools fight over who owns a cottage while it burns down around them. Now, unless there's something else you need.
Things seem very dire in the village.
They are. With the ban having taken his men north, the village is left to its fate. We will evacuate as many as we can before the horde reaches us. I will stay as long as I am needed. Now, unless there's something else you need.
For now I'm not gonna tell him I'm a Grey Warden.
Travel safely, and may the Maker watch over you.
Who? I beg your pardon. I did not see you approach.
Sir Donald? Is that you?
Alistair? By the Maker, how are you? I was certain you were dead.
Very nearly, Sir Donald. May I introduce my fellow Grey Warden? We are the last two in Ferelden, as far as I know.
Terrible news indeed. Pleased to meet you, my lady. Might I know your name?
Jessica, pleasure to meet you.
I trust you are staying discreet, with the bounty placed on your heads.
Yes.
We've heard Loghain's accusations, but he's the one who betrayed the king.
If Arl Eamon were well, he'd set Loghain straight soon enough.
So you're here looking for the Urn of Sacred Ashes, then?
I am indeed. Andraste's ashes are said to cure any illness, but I fear we are chasing a fable. With each day, my hope dims.
The quest brought you here.
I expected to take advantage of the Chantry's library, in fact, but my skills are better suited to battle than chasing down tales.
Tell me about these ashes.
Supposedly, the urn contains the ashes of the prophetess Andraste. Surely you know all this.
Perhaps I could help.
Nothing I have found leads me to believe that this was anything more than a quest of desperation. I intend to return to Redcliffe soon and tell the Arlessa exactly that, once Sir Henrik arrives.
Who's Sir Henrik? Oh wait, actually we know. I'm sorry to tell you, but he's dead.
What? And you have his locket? And a note? Maker's mercy. Thank you for giving me these. I would never have known otherwise.
I dealt with the bandits that killed him.
Thank you. I wonder how many of us have met similar fates on this mad quest.
Shouldn't you be fleeing the Darkspawn then?
My mission takes priority. But I fear I shall be returning to Redcliffe with nothing to show for my efforts.
I was hoping to meet the Arl.
Why is that, if I may ask?
We need help against Loghain.
I see. The Arl is a popular man, it's true. Tairn Loghain, however, is a hero throughout Ferelden. Whatever the Tairn has done or not done, the Arl remains ill, or worse. That is my primary concern.
Is there any point to go to Redcliffe?
He may be dead already. Or perhaps his luck has changed in the weeks I have been gone.
We should see what's happening in Redcliffe ourselves. I believe that now more than ever.
If nothing else, I am certain you would be welcomed at Castle Redcliffe. The Arlessa is there, and she could tell you more than I could.
Alright.
With Henrik gone, I need to return to Redcliffe. Perhaps later I will seek out the scholar his note mentions. But I must go. Thank you again, my lady. You have been most helpful.
I thought that'd be a quest. Alright, see, Codex.
Folk, chant of light scattered in the darkness. Word despair, fear and ignorance. Cry out from the shadows, comfort.
And when the chant spreads across all four corners...
You ever wonder if that's an accurate likeness of Andraste? Maybe she was ugly. Maybe she had buck teeth. How will we know?
Locked.
And then shall the Maker return to the Black City in heaven.
None of these guys.
And then shall the chant of light
talk
make it
to...
pure. Let
All right.
all mankind.
There she is.
Let all repeat the chant of light.
Will you be making a donation to the Chantry, my friend? You look like you have salvaged more of value than most who make it here.
What's acceptable?
Might I suggest 30 silver?
Fine.
Thank you, dear woman. What can I do for you then?
Hopefully she'd be more supposed to help us now. Do I tell her the truth? Yes, I'm a Grey Warden. I need your help.
A Grey Warden? Here? Oh dear. You put me in a difficult position. You must know that Tairn Loghain declared the Grey Wardens to be outlaws.
what I've heard. But he's the one who betrayed the king.
Tern Loghain? That is as hard for me to believe as his condemnation of the Wardens. There is a price on your head. Lay low, and I promise to keep your presence a secret. That is the best I can do. Now,
Okay, well,
if there is nothing else,
you provide any help?
I cannot help you without risking the safety of this village and chantry. The best I can do is keep your presence a secret. I am sorry. Now, if there is nothing else,
Yes, I was hoping to receive your blessing.
for a Grey Warden. Yes, you have a difficult road to walk, don't you? In Andraste's name, I call upon the Maker to watch over his child and creation. Watch over her path, O Maker. Give her light in darkness. So let it be. Now, if there is nothing else, may the Maker guard you, Grey Warden.
Alright, well, that's it.
Redemption be delivered.
Okay.
Let those who have sinned be forgiven.
How do you get back there? That matters, just refugees. Alright. Continue on. Cross the bridge. Hey.
So let's talk about your mother for a moment.
I'd rather talk about your mother.
Well, there's nothing to talk about. And besides, isn't your mother a scary witch who lives in the middle of a forest? Much more interesting.
To you, perhaps. You would find the moss growing upon a stone interesting.
You know what's more interesting than that? Apostates, mages outside of the tower. That's illegal, you know.
You did not read that in a book somewhere, did you? I hope the small letters did not strain you overmuch.
Oh, we could not talk about your mother. That works for me.
Alright. Let's see.
Did you see the new recruiters out?
I'd keep your voice
Oh,
down
right.
if I were you. They're pressing anyone who can hold a sword into service.
Terran wants a new army.
Dane's Refuge.
Well, look what we have here, men. I think we've just been blessed.
Uh-oh. Loghain's men. This can't be good.
Didn't we spend all morning asking about an elf by this very description, and everyone said they hadn't seen one?
It seems we were lied to.
Gentlemen, surely there's no need for trouble. These are no doubt simply more poor souls seeking refuge.
They're more than that. Now stay out of our way, sister. You protect these traitors, you'll get the same as them.
I know who that is. Just in time. Let's talk about this before it gets out of hand.
I doubt he would listen. He blindly follows his master's commands.
I am not the blind one. I served at Ostagar, where the Tern saved us from the Grey Warden's treachery. I serve him gladly. Enough talk! Take the Warden into custody. Kill the sister and anyone else that gets in your way.
Right. Let's make this quick.
Alright, well... Right there. So everyone, actually you. Wipe out everyone else.
Maker!
How amusing!
All right, you've won. We surrender.
Good. They've learned their lesson and we can all stop fighting now.
The Grey Wardens didn't betray the king. Loghain did.
I was there! The Tern pulled us out of a trap.
He left the king to die.
The Wardens led the king to his death. The Tern could do nothing!
Take this message to Loghain.
What do you want to tell him?
The Grey Wardens know what really happened.
I'll tell him! Right away, now. Thank you.
I apologize for interfering, but I couldn't just sit by and not help.
And who are you?
Let me introduce myself. I am Liliana, one of the lay sisters of the Chantry here in Lothering. Or I was.
Something you wanted from me?
Those men said you're a Grey Warden. You will be battling the Darkspawn, yes? That is what Grey Wardens do. I know after what happened, you will need all the help you can get. That's why I'm coming along.
Why so eager?
The Maker told me to.
Can you elaborate?
I know that sounds absolutely insane, but it's true. I had a dream. A vision.
More crazy? I thought we were all full up.
Look at the people here. They are lost in their despair, and this darkness, this chaos, will spread. The Maker doesn't want this. What you do, what you are meant to do, is the Maker's work. Let me help.
Very well, I won't turn you away.
Perhaps your skull was cracked worse than Mother thought.
Thank you. I appreciate being given this chance. I will not let you down.
And now we have our rogue. Perfect.
Indeed.
Specializations, yes, they're advanced classes 7 and 14. Do a manual save. And then I'm gonna go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Alright, now the fun begins. So, first of all, Liliana. Oh, where's my... Not that it matters. I thought I had an enchanted dagger as well. Whatever, because she's not gonna really use them. Gray iron is better. But more importantly... I mean, long term, I'm probably not gonna have a second slot because I want her switching to it. But for now, when we need space, we can. She's gonna be an archer. We'll have to see how she's made, but she'll be fine. Crossbow is better. I'm not really sure how it works. So I think like there's scaling that's not really shown too well. Because technically it says longbow has strength scaling, it says nothing for crossbow. But I believe crossbow would be more strength, so even though it's better damage, we're gonna keep the longbow. Use 24 dex for that. Oh, she's gonna be there when we level her up. Perfect. Actually, let me just do that first. So let me look here. There shouldn't be anything. It's going dex and then cunning. Liliana. Okay, here we go. So I'll need about 18 strength, and then about 30 dex, and then the rest for cunning. So I'll probably push those two numbers first. So 18 and 30. Okay. And then in terms of skills, obviously she's deft hands. But we'll also need trap making. 1 point. Alright. So dexterity, she'll need... Oh, she already has 18 strength, so she's there. So she's just going to get to 30 dex, and then just dump the rest in cunning. She's already got her specialization as a bard. Perfect. Healing. She needs 1 trap making just for this area. And then from the rest, we'll focus on whatever. Alright, so... Song of Valor, Distraction, Song of Courage is something I definitely want. I could respec her to free up these thingies. She does have deft hands already, awesome. But it's only 2 things that's used up. We could still use those for defensive measures. That's totally fine. So she needs expert combat training for them. This is the AoE move. Aim is probably the sustained ability I'm going to have her use. I want to push the Song of Courage, which would only work for her in the tank, because I'm going to have 2 mages in the party, and I'm not going to get the bonus. Pretty sure it only applies to physical damage. Distraction. Single target. Disorient. Or I can do this so she doesn't get disrupted, but then that pushes her towards her sustained ability. Or we can start pushing towards Scatter Shot. Well, I can't do that until I get the combat training stuff. So that'd be 2 levels there. That requires 18 cunning. Ooh. Hopefully we won't need that early. They're cunning at. Only 1 point. What was the dexterity? She needed 24 dexterity, so I can get that 18 cunning right now. So do I front load mechanical expertise? So I don't need the last one, because the last one, in fact, I mean, long term I won't even need this one, but short term I will. Right now she has 3 attacks. Sustain I'm not using. We're doing that. Yeah, I mean, just knowing who I am, I want to loot all the things, and if there's a chest I wouldn't be able to open early on, I wouldn't be happy. I'm sure it's not going to happen, but hey, there we go, so that's worth it. And now, you can use this. It's a short bow, so it's shorter range. Pretty good damage. Okay. Cunning and mental resist. Sort by type, please. And keep that on. Belt. I guess she can use willpower. Wait, that right? Oh no, that's right. So who should get that? Morgan or her? Her. Okay. Now for the armor. She can go ahead and wear the Thane helmet. Well, let me compare that to Morgan. I'll give it to her. Honestly, I'm just gonna take this stuff off of Morgan, to be honest. Give her that. She doesn't really need that. The gloves. That would be getting the bonuses. But sure. Okay, that should be fine. And then you... put the lowest stuff on you, to be honest. Alright. Of these two... this one... do I want to give her actual armor? I think right now I won't. Because I don't want her fatigue to go up in these early stages when we don't have a lot of stamina and stuff. Okay, I think we're good there. Oops. Wait, why is it saying she can level up again? Oh, I never spent the point here. I thought I did. Trap making. There we go. Okay. Alright, so... this... and we have sustained, sustained, melee, done, movement, okay, we have the bow, Alright. This one I don't want. Turn that off. Good. Alright. So we have mana and stamina regen. Ranged. If an enemy is attacking. Actually, no. If you're being attacked by melee, you're already fighting. Then if an enemy is in, I don't know if this is too much, but if they're in melee range, below the belt. So this is basically these two if she's being attacked in melee. She will stun them, and then I can't use the same condition because if they're stunned, they wouldn't do it. So she'll stun them and then debuff them. Theoretically. Okay. And then what was the one for before? If an enemy is using melee attacks, that's when you pin them. Okay. And then this was where this is the armor, so Shatter Shot is for armor. I guess we'll do it this way first. Elite or higher. Elite higher, and then the armor. Medium higher. Alright, so that's Shatter. Crippling and then Shatter. Alright, so melee. Two of these are melee, that's just opening. Tough enemies, armor. And then enemy is ranged, or enemy is magic. Pack. Should be good. Now, what order do I want pinning shot at? Guess you should start with the pinning shot. So it is kind of good there, because if they're close, then fuck them. Otherwise, pinning shot and then debuff, pack. That should be good, right? Should be good. Alright. Did I level up? I did. Oh, I unlocked the specialization. Okay. Time is it? We still have a lot of time today, because this is where I'm going to be taking a modded specialization. I just thought of something as I was playing here. In terms of my skills, weakness seems to be doing the same thing as disorient. Just disorient is also buffed by sleep, so I might just swap these two. Because this inflicts penalties to attack and defense and movement speeds, that's the difference. This is attack and defense. Let me look into these two to see the actual stats, because if my mage is going for sleep, or the other AI mage, I might as well take this instead of that. I might just quickly console command swap those two. I could use the whole respec thing, but if it's just one skill, I want to actually start testing it out for if we ever have to do it for the mod, because the respec won't work for mods. It's a minor thing, but I want to look into this right here. Weakness, disorient. Let me just look up those skills to see like the actual values. Okay. So it looks like Disorient is half as strong as Weakness, but Weakness can be resisted. Really? Disorient can't be resisted? Does it not say that? Okay, so it's guaranteed. Okay. Interesting. Now, the upside was for Disorient, it's weaker, but where was the thing when they're sleeping? Didn't it say something about when they're sleeping? Am I crazy? That was the only reason I was thinking of swapping those two. No. Okay, so it must have been horrors when they were sleeping. Yeah, we're fine. Alright. So, I just unlocked my first specialization class, which is advanced classes, if you will. This is where, again, I do have mods installed for advanced classes. First of all, it may make me a little OP. I don't think so, based on my testing, but it may. More importantly, again, in terms of respecs, when you respec, it will not respec those points. So you'd have to use console commands, which is fine. But again, I shouldn't have to respec. Knowing the game, I should have a decent build anyway. But even if I have to respec, I should be able to do it by console commands, just physically removing one skill at a time and swapping to a different skill. So, those caveats in mind. Again, in this game, for me and many people for Mage, it's really Spirit Healer and Blood Mage. Spirit Healer has really good, as it sounds, support, healing, stuff like that, regen. Blood Mage has, you know, you can start using magic with your health rather than magic, so it kind of complements. If you run out of magic, then you switch to Blood Mage, keep casting spells while healing. But, like again, any mage I make, it would be Spirit Healer and blank. I kind of wanted variety and all that, so I looked into some class mods, and I have a couple installed, even for other characters. I didn't mean to, but I started liking them enough that our companions will take some. So the first one, we'll just do as we take them. So I'm only going to talk about the one we're taking right now. I'm taking Wild Keeper. This seems to be... The big skill from this is going to be Roots. So the expansion, Awakening, adds a class called the Keeper or something like that. And just like the Arcane Warrior, that class is... You can be played anyway, but it's mostly for like if you're kind of in melee range, which isn't how I'm playing my mage. So the Wild Keeper is kind of like the Keeper, except for an actual ranged mage. But really, it's its own thing here. It's about nature, they say, that's the theme of it, but we'll look at the skills in a second. So I am first taking the Wild Keeper class here. Good. Again, we're hoarding this until we get our cunning. So, the Wild Keeper skills. First one is just a basic, just like how we have Arcane Bolt, which is just a basic spirit damage attack. This is just a basic nature damage attack, but it also causes poison. Okay, again, just a starter attack, whatever. Regrowth. This is actually where it's kind of like, it's from the Spirit Healer tree. Regrowth is a group heal that also puts Regenerate on people. Now in my testing, if you compare it with the group heal from Spirit Healer, it's less. So it's kind of balanced, because I mean if this fully healed everyone and gave everyone regen, that'd be like a super OP heal. So instead of like a full, like it's not really a full heal, but we'll use that number. Instead of being like a very high heal, it's like a mid heal, but also regens. So like in the end, it's actually a better heal than just fully healing them immediately. But obviously this takes time. So it's a nice balance between healing the party, but also giving the party regen. So that's going to be cool. But this is the move that I love, and it might be OP. I don't know. I'll have to see like how resisted it is. this is going to be an AoE paralyze. We're going to trap them in roots. That seems really fun. Now it is based on proximity from me, but in my testing, the range is actually pretty solid, so shouldn't matter that much. And then this I'm probably not going to take, just because, I don't know, but it turns the enemy into a squirrel. Sounds cool, don't get me wrong, but like, I don't know, it just doesn't really fit what I know from Dragon Age. Maybe long term, way later when we have points to spare, we take it. But these first three we'll definitely take. But first, where am I gonna go? Our options are going down the Hex tree, which again, Misdirection Hex is the awesome one to nab. Mind Blast is going to be useful for when I'm bum rushed, but hopefully now I might start getting away from that. And then Stone Fist is going to complement my Shatter. Where do I start pushing for regrowth? So many good options. Paralyze. I am pulling aggro a lot, so getting Mind Blast would be useful. Yeah, I'm thinking Mind Blast. Start investing towards regrowth so that I have a group heal. One of those two. Let me start investing towards regrowth. Fuck it. Okay, there we go. Let me leave more space here so that I can not have to do this every time. Okay. There you go.
You're here about food. Take it up with that bleeding runt by the chantry. I got other gear to sell.
You got food?
Whole mess of refugees come in and leave near every night. All have hungry bellies, sad tales, and mementos for barter. I sold that bleeding merchant outside about half my larder 2 weeks back, and now he's charging outrageous sums for all my food.
Well, I took care of it.
You did? Well, I don't know what to say to that. Thanks.
Alright, what you got? Backpack, please. Lots of crafting stuff. Even if it's good, I probably wouldn't be buying anything weapon-wise yet. No backpacks, damn. Uses hostility. That would be nice. Morgan gift. We have to buy the gifts. Might as well buy gifts when we see them. Those are not stupidly expensive. Well, now that we have these party members, we still have space, again. Before we leave town, we'll definitely sell.
As I live and breathe, you're the Grey Warden everyone's been talking about.
Something I can do for you?
I represent the Blackstone Irregulars. We're a mercenary company that fell on hard times after the war with Orlais. I'm sure you know that times are getting worse every day. With your help, the Irregulars could be of use to Ferelden once more.
How can I be of service?
Our leaders thought you might be willing to help. Each of our posts in Ferelden will contain letters addressed to you. Unlike most who work with us, you're getting letters straight from Raelnor and Tauran, our leaders. I hope this tells you how highly the Irregulars regard the Grey Wardens.
Okay.
Thank you. When you've completed a mission, just return to me or any of our members
So it's
stationed
another
at
like
an
side
Irregulars
quest bounty boy thing.
We'll make sure your efforts are rewarded. Maker's blessings light your path.
Wheeler's conscription here. We have to get them to conscript. Okay, one's in Lothring. Lothring, it's called. Track down, deal with deserters. It took valuables. Okay. How do we have 2 merchants and no backpacks yet? Come on now.
You're gonna make more trouble? We've about all we can stand in Lothering now.
Sorry about the mess.
They had it coming, and they were trouble enough themselves. So long as you don't start more, I won't get excited. Right then, name's Denal. Sorry I can't chat much. As you see, we've a full house.
Any rumors?
I hear the Dwarven King is passed on. Old as he was probably poisoned or assassinated. That's how the dwarves normally go out, isn't it? Anything else I can get you?
So who were those guys I fought?
When Tien Logain marched by, he left those fellas behind to look for Grey Wardens. I suppose that's you.
Hunters. It is.
I have no qualm with you, whatever the Tien says. My grandfather served. Your secret's safe with me.
Maybe as much.
What can I get you then?
Got any rooms?
Look around. People are sleeping on the floors and in the attic. That's how many rooms I don't have. Luck speed your way.
Is this bad to go in here? Why is there soldier bones here?
And I'm off.
Maybe that's where one of the guys ran to. It just happens to be where he's cleaning. I don't know. A little suspicious. Nice. And lockpick now.
Yes.
Quest for us?
You're here about food. Take it up with that bleeding runt by the chantry. I got other gear to sell.
Know of any well-paying work in Lothring? Lothring?
Check the chanter's board by the chantry. There's good jobs there. I don't suppose you know anything about poison.
I've dabbled in such things.
I figured if I kept asking, I'd find someone. I'd pay good coin for some simple poison. Something to slow them beasties down or make them think twice.
Any idea where to get the ingredients?
Well, there's herbs in the North Wood. As for other stuff, look around town. Some refugees just left things behind to travel faster. I don't really know what you need, though. I might have some in stock, too.
Alright. So, what kind of poisons do you need specifically? 3 flasks of venom. Assuming she is the poisoner. So we need toxin extract. So if we don't find any organically in town, we'll buy some. But we'll always look first. Go back and get the chests.
So how is it that Teren Logain survived when even the Grey Wardens didn't make it out?
Oh, there's
So,
some in the
let me get this
chantry.
straight. You were a cloistered sister?
You must have been a brother before you became a Templar, no?
I never actually became a Templar. I was recruited into the Grey Wardens before I took my final vows.
Do you ever regret leaving the Chantry?
No, never. Do you?
Yes. You may not believe it, but I found peace there. The kind of peace I've never known.
It used to get so quiet at the monastery that I would start screaming until one of the brothers came running. I would tell them that I was just checking. Oh, you never know, right?
No, I never did anything like that. I enjoyed the quiet.
Suit yourself. The look on their face was always priceless.
Of course. Chest over here. So I feel like this is his chest. I don't even know if there's like stealing like this. I know there's an actual stealing mechanic, but like...
And I'm off.
That's just had elf root, that's it? Okay. To the left. Oh, there's a book I missed. Another one. What? Probably a gift.
Oh, right.
Okay. I bet I could steal one off of her. I'm not gonna try. Yet. Alright. Back over here.
So tell me something, Morrigan. Did you live there in that forest your entire life?
I left it on occasion, but I always returned. Why? Is that so strange? It was my home.
But it was just you and your mother there? No one else?
Mother occasionally had company.
What? Company? Do I even want to ask?
No, you really don't.
Okay.
Hello, stranger. I don't suppose you know anyone that can make
So this is the
traps?
quest. You need someone to have trap making one with. Alright. I'm quite familiar with traps and the like.
I would happily pay you to make some. There's wood and nails and other goods around the village and the forest. But you probably already know that. Sorry. Come back if you make some.
Alright. Make spring traps. Free spring traps. I can do that right now.
Let's get on with it then. Did you make any traps?
Yep.
Oh, what a relief. Thank you, stranger.
Alright.
And I'm
And
off.
that's why we got traps early. Just for that one quest, whatever.
Why do you always go on about how stupid I am? I'm not stupid, am I?
If you need to ask the question,
Because it hurts my manly feelings, you know. Or one of them.
then I'll be sure to write you an apology once all of this is over.
I was educated by the Chantry. I studied history. They don't make stupid Templars.
Then I must have been mistaken. I'm very impressed.
No, you're not. You're not even listening to me.
My, you are smarter than you look after all. Your Chantry must have been very proud.
Enjoy it while it lasts with those two.
All right.
You got a bed for the night. You taken care of.
Actually, I was more hoping I could help you.
Don't need blades right now. We need beds, food, and an end to all these sad sots. I don't suppose you know anything of tonics, medicines, or herbs.
This is the introduction to, like, all those things. Yes. Morgan does.
Then you may be able to do us a lot of good. All manner of travelers come through, many injured or sick. We do our best, but we're out of supplies. There's medicinal herbs in the woods to the north. If you make a few poultices, I'll scrape together some sort of payment. I'll write all you need to know in this note here.
Alright, so we probably already have stuff on us, so I even have to craft it.
Have any luck finding herbs in the woods?
I didn't need them. Well, wait. You say not
Lots of
yet.
sick folk come through
Well,
here.
if it matters.
Those herbs may save some lives, but I expect you have important matters to deal with.
I mean, is there any reason not to just turn this in as is? I'm gonna do her quest. Whatever. She'll appreciate that we crafted them for her. Oh. Okay.
How
Saw
dare
a
you
name.
accuse me of thievery? I saw you take the supplies from my car. Your grassland eyes are inept.
That's
A
back there.
chastened would never stoop to petty theft. You marsh folk are all thieves and liars.
People here are already desperate and frightened. They don't need you coming to blows.
Did you speak to that knight yesterday? Said he was from Redcliffe.
He talked to everyone
There
in
was
the
a
tavern.
wall in the way.
How are we supposed to know where the urn of sacred ashes is? Might as well ask us how to get to the moon.
How do I get there at the wall? It does go this way. Oh, good.
Huh.
Alright, well, remember when I said enjoy it while it lasts with Morgan? My end party will have 2 mages, but right now I think we only need 1. Though...
You aren't one of my captors.
I remember the revered mother mentioning this man. She called him a savage from the far north.
I have nothing to say that would amuse you, elf. Leave me in peace.
Okay, so I mentioned how my graphics mod, I intentionally have one that like doesn't change faces drastically or anything like that, just basically upscales them. This is the one exception, because Sten is a Kunari. And for some reason, Sten, I'm not sure if they, I can't remember if there's other Kunari in this game, we'll find out. But at least in future games, you see Kunari and what they look like. In this game, Sten is just a human look. So I don't know if they finalized the Kunari look or not when this game came out, but either way, he's a Kunari who looked human. So I thought it was appropriate to install the mod here that made the Kunari look like a Kunari. So this is the only character that looks different, but there's a reason for it. Because again, it's like having an elf that's not an elf, or having a dwarf that's a tall human. Like, no, a Kunari is a Kunari. They can look different, but they shouldn't look exactly like they're human, like Sten originally did. So that looks really nice. I mean, I don't like the hair, but that is his natural hair, so they kept it like that. But the face looks awesome. That is a Kunari. Alright, you're a prisoner. Who put you here?
I'm in a cage, am I not? I've been placed here by the Chantry.
The revered mother said he slaughtered an entire family, even the children.
It is as she says. I am Sten of the Beresad, the vanguard of the Kunari peoples.
I'm Lysica. Pleased to meet you.
You mock me. Or you show manners I have not come to expect in your lands. Though it matters little now, I will die soon enough.
This is a proud and powerful creature, trapped as prey for the Darkspawn. If you cannot see a use for him, I suggest releasing him for mercy's sake alone.
Mercy? I wouldn't have expected that from you.
I would also suggest that Alistair take his place in the cage.
Yes, that's what I would have expected.
I suggest you leave me to my fate.
What'd you do to end up here?
I have been convicted of murder. Have the villagers not spoken of this?
Are you guilty?
Are you asking if I feel guilt or if I am responsible for the deed? However I feel, whatever I've done, my life is forfeit now.
How long have you been here?
20 days now.
Oh.
I shouldn't last much longer, another week at most.
Must have been difficult to capture.
There is no difficulty in capturing prey that surrenders.
Huh. You didn't resist.
I waited for several days until the knights arrived.
Why?
Because I wished to.
Okay. What an odd thing to do.
Either you have an enviable memory or a pitiable life to know nothing of regret.
Who'd you murder?
The people of a farmhold. 8 humans, in addition to the children.
Which is an atonement?
Death will be my atonement.
So obviously there's more to this than just he murdered them. There's no way, I do not see him like actually physically killing them himself. Maybe like him being there got them killed? Alright. There are other ways to redeem yourself.
Perhaps. What does your wisdom say is equal to my crime?
You could help me defend the land against the Blight.
The Blight? Are you a Grey Warden, then?
I am.
Surprising. My people have heard legends of the Grey Warden's strength and skill. Though I suppose not every legend is true.
Would the Reverend Mother let you free?
Perhaps if you told her the Grey Wardens need my assistance. It seems as likely to bring my death as waiting here. Farewell, then.
To be left here to starve? Or to be taken by the Darkspawn? No one deserves that. Not even a murderer.
Okay. Go talk to her. Yeah, I haven't heard anyone mention this yet, which is interesting. Got through most of the town. Maybe this is where us donating is going to help. How much do we even have? Curious. We had 10. We had 11 and we donated 0.3. Alright. You knew? No, you were the guy that was standing here. I think. Either way, I know we talked to you.
Good day, Sister Leliana. I'm surprised to see you're still in Lothering.
It is good to see you as well, Your Reverence.
Is there something I can do for you, then?
I want to talk about Sten, that Kunari.
It might have been kinder to execute him, but I leave his fate to the Maker. Why does he interest you?
What did he do?
He butchered an entire farmhold. Only one of the youngest hid long enough to survive. The child said his father had found the Kunari gravely wounded and took him in. That kindness was repaid with murder. The bandsman found the Kunari just standing amidst the carnage. He did not resist them.
You certainly did it?
He confessed quite readily, but would give no reason for the crime. Even the seasoned knights who apprehended him were disturbed by the carnage. However docile he appears, do not be fooled. That Kunari is a danger.
What if this causes an incident with his people?
The Maker demands justice,
Yeah,
regardless of his race.
Is there any way I can convince you to release him?
Then his next victims might count you and me as their murderers.
I'm not gonna use any of these persuade or intimidate things. I was thinking you might release him into my custody.
And what do you say on this, Leliana? You know your friend better than I.
These are unusual times, Your Reverence. With us, the Kunari might do some good. I am sure of it, in fact.
Were things not so desperate? Very well, I trust you.
Okay,
Take
easy.
these keys to his cage and make her watch over you.
Thank you, Your Reverence. Your trust is not misplaced.
So again, long term, I'm gonna have 2 mages, but right now, and this is something I was I think I mentioned it before, but the long term party will have 3 ranged members and 1 melee. So it's gonna be all about that 1 melee tank holding the aggro. Late game that might work, mid game it might work, but early game it's not gonna work that well. So for that reason, we're definitely gonna have Sten in our party, just so we at least have 2 melee users for our 2 ranged. And that means Morrigan's being swapped out.
All right, I've come up with one. A question
always
that you
put her
can't
back
answer.
in place of Leliana, because maybe early on Leliana's not
That's
great,
right.
but we'll see.
You think you're so smart? I've got an academic question that I bet you won't be able to answer.
Oh, I doubt that.
So tell me then, what was the name of Andraste's husband?
This is a religious question, not an academic one.
You're joking, right? A 5-year-old could answer that question. Do you not know more than a child?
I care nothing for your religion, and this game of yours is over.
Oh, how the mighty have crumbled.
Alright. I am thinking about it. He's going to be giving us the mana and stamina regen. Otherwise, she's just going to be using basic attacks most of the time unless we fight a tough enemy. Right now, Morgan is spec'd out. Again, she has 2 attacks, but the rest are also debuffs. But if I pushed her to get Stone Fist quickly, she'd be useful in 2 levels. Whereas in 2 levels with you... I'd make your auto attacks more useful. Yeah, we'll still stick with Leliana. Oh no, we need Leliana to pick locks. Duh. More than anything else, that's the more important reason.
You wish something more of me?
I have the key to open your cage.
I confess, I did not think the priestess would part with it.
He agreed to release you to my custody.
So be it. Set me free and I will follow you against the Blight.
Very well, I'll let you out.
And so it is done. I will follow you into battle. In doing so, I shall find my atonement.
Thank you, Sten. Glad to have you with us.
May we proceed? I am eager to be elsewhere.
Blast and damnation!
Sorry, Morgan.
Yes.
Threatened. Oh, he is threatened. Okay. Alright, so let's look at, I guess I should see how he's built first. Oh, he has threatened and taunt. Interesting. That's how I'm going to be pushing Alistair. Oh, but he's two-handed. Okay, so Alistair... So he's not going to have the threaten sustain. Alistair will have threaten sustain, but he can taunt if either of us pull aggro, so that actually works out. He could use precise striking sustain. What are these two-handed skills? Knockdown... Oh, attack up, but being immune to stun and knockdown. That's a good... Okay, that's better sustain. Attack down. Crit damage. And a movement penalty. These two sustains is better. Slight increase to attack damage and immunity. Or damage up, but attack and defense down. Oh, you know what? It's not going to matter because his skills are super mana intensive. So short term, he's not going to have any sustain, so it's not going to matter. Okay, but clearly we're building him for two-handed, which works because we have a two-hander that no one's using. Oh my god, we don't. We had one, but when those party members left us, I guess... Oh my god, what the fuck? When did we lose the two-hander? That sucks. Alright. He gets that. Liliana doesn't have anything better, yeah. I have to buy one, probably. I mean, I could dual wield for now, but no, we need to buy a two-hander. Before we leave, we'll have to buy one. So I don't know, we had a really good one, too, that was looted. I don't know what happened to it. Looks better visually. Okay. Maybe you can sell pretty much all this. Oh. So this is a bug from the mod. So the Kunari mod, which changes Sten's look, I'm assuming, I don't know if it's that specific mod, it's making it invisible for him, which is something for my character and other characters that will get certain items that will be invisible because of that. I'll still keep it on him for now, at least it's just his feet. At least it's just him so far. No one else has that issue. That's interesting, because I figured the Kunari stuff would just change their face, but, I mean, again, it might not be the Kunari mod, but if it is, that means it also changes their body morphs. Oh, it's the same thing. Sure. Oh, I have to take that stuff off of Morgan. Can I do that here? Can.
Vashaden.
Indeed.
Sorry, Morgan. We need this stuff back. Actually, it's only that. No, we don't need that back. Okay. Yeah, we lost gear somewhere along the way.
Indeed.
Yes.
Not too important, but it does suck. Alright, so we need to get him a two-hander before we leave here. I can sell that other stuff too. Oh. Level him up. So I didn't plan him because I wasn't planning on taking him. But I'm assuming same as him. Let me look into it. I think the reason we were going dex for him was for sword and board, right? Alistair. So for Alistair, I was going dexterity 26, and then the cunning's for the tactic slots. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure dexterity was sword and board, so I think it really is just straight up strength, and then either constitution, willpower for skills, and also specialization. So Death Knight, this is a specialization I had last second, because I almost played a warrior in this game, because Death Knight sounded so fun, and it plays really well. But more so this is going to be for the Awakening expansion, just to keep things fresh. And we'll talk about it, because it's going to be interesting with Oghren, however you say his name. There's going to be some lore things I can try to sneak my way into. Right now... Which is the one? So I think Reaver is the one that's based on having low health, yeah? Yes, that's not how I play. I'm tempted to give him Death Knight, to be honest. Just so we can see it right now. So That way I'll know if I actually want to use it in the expansion. So otherwise getting Champion would be great, but he's going to get Champion as soon as he levels. But I mean, that means we can push Champion early, and he can ignore Champion. And we're not going to be using Sten all too long. Let me just look at the Death Knight skills. And we'll talk about this if and when we ever choose it. This is just for me really quickly. This is a two-handed skill as well, so it does fit him. I think I'm going to do Death Knight. Because again, going Champion would be good, because at least that means he can focus on Champion before him. But Champion is just for what? Buffing our attack and defense, lowering enemies' attack. And I don't even think we're going to get to level 12. We definitely won't get to 14 with him. So we're only going to get one skill. After this one, so I should plan where I'm going first. So I think in... No, Powerful Swings might have been what I'm taking. Weep. Sounds nice. Crit. Ooh, Stunning Blow. We're probably going to take that passive. Gives you a chance to stun just passively. Thunder's Armor, obviously. So this is where we're going first, and then if we level up one more time with him... He would, if I do Strength both times, he would be able to get to this. Or we do this for Powerful Swing, so he'd be in the Sustain. This increases his damage by more than this. This makes the penalty to attack and defense lower, but this one is no negatives. It's just a smaller positive. Also more expensive, though. Yeah, I'd go Powerful Swings. Best case scenario, I only get 2 of these. So this is a good Life Leech skill. That is a way to freeze enemies. I'd probably go down the freeze tree. Fuck it, we're gonna do it. Alright, so we're gonna give him Death Knight, which again, this is a mod that I'm not even sure I'd be using, but if I do, it's not going to be in the party for this game. It's going to be for the DLC. So. Next. Early on, I think he's actually going to need quite a bit of willpower. In terms of what we're taking this now, then I'll probably take that next. Technically, we need 40 strength. I'm not going there. Any requirements we need, we're not taking anytime soon, because I'd go with that for the 3rd skill if we're still using him by that point. I think I can go ahead and give him some willpower early on, just so we can start using some of his abilities. Now, I think they have like long-ass cooldowns, don't they? Oh no, 10 seconds. Oh yeah, so he'd be burning through it. I'm gonna give him some willpower. Okay. The Death Knight is interesting. Again, we'll actually go over this when we really use it in the expansion, so this is a very brief teaser. but this class seems insanely cool. It has 3 different trees, unlike other specializations that only have 1. One tree is focused on blood, one is focused on frost, the other is focused on poison. So in the blood tree, you get an attack that does damage, but also life leech. You've got an AoE stun. No, a single target stun. And then you have this ability that does damage to everyone around you, combined with this attack that sacrifices your health to damage them. So in terms of what I'm concerned with, I just get the life leech and the stun, but there are other ways to play with these two. This tree has an attack that freezes enemies. This is a freeze dot. This is a sustained AoE slow like ice damage to enemies around you that increases the power of these, but this whole tree is based off of this final skill here. So the sustain makes the 2 attacks stronger, but the passive adds new things to them. It makes the freeze spell an AoE, which is the biggest thing, and then it makes this do double damage. So again, for me, long term, I go all the way down the tree, but the big thing is I'd be using this Winter's Might as an AoE freeze, and maybe even this sustain, maybe, because that slows enemies and increases the damage of the AoE freeze. And then finally you have the poison tree. This move puts a dot on an enemy. This move, let's see. Yes, this move ends the dot, so they take all the damage immediately. I'm not sure what happens if you use this when they don't have a dot. It might do no damage, but basically if you put poison on them and then use this, they take all that dot damage at once, which is great. This is a sustain AoE that increases running attack speed, but lowers stamina regen. And then this passive changes the skills. Let's see. This makes this move stronger, and then it makes the poison spread. So with this one, I'd probably go down that tree fully too. But again, this was not like a really good recap of the class. This was more so for me talking out loud to myself. When we actually do this in the expansion, I will actually take my time to talk about the skills we're taking. But for me, I would take these two for the life leech and the stun. I go down this whole tree mainly for the fact of the freeze becoming an AoE freeze, maybe the sustain. And then this would be last, where I'd say, okay, it'd be nice to put poison, and then maybe, you know, make that single target take massive poison damage while also spreading to others from the passive. Cool and all. Okay. But for now, he is taking this passive where it just makes his 2-hand attacks have a chance to stun enemies. Just a chance. Normal attacks, chance to stun. Yes. Okay, cool. Mr. No Legs.
Where's the tavern?
Alright, we didn't level up yet. No. So again, we need a 2-hander for him. And hopefully we find one before I have to buy one. Oh. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, I never looked at... I forgot to do this part too, so we'll do this really quick. I don't want him to have threaten. So, sustain. Sustain. The other rest of these abilities. No, sustain. Sustain. So many sustains. Okay. That's his taunt. Knockdown. movement. Back down. Okay. So, extend, aggressive. That is going to be turned off. But we'll change that in a second. Otherwise, Mighty Blow. And Sunder Arms. Guess we'll keep that. Just Pommel Strike, I have to figure out. So... nearest visible, maybe? This is where he might like attack with Alistair, which they kind of be wasting their stuns on the same guy. Maybe the enemy with the highest health. I think that makes sense. Go to the highest health enemy, stun him, and then on that enemy, target. Oh yeah, if he's melee, do that too. So he's just gonna attack the highest health enemy, use his skills. Could say target attack afterwards, so he keeps sticking with that guy until he's dead. Let me try that tactic. That would be a way to get around that whole thing where they're stuck using basic attacks. Since this is at the bottom, he would only use basic attacks if these other two conditions don't stick. So I could have him also the second instance of, so if he's still fighting the same guy and the guy's not the highest health enemy, I still want him to Pommel Strike him. So that would take precedence over that. This all makes him stick with the one enemy without changing. Otherwise he starts out with the highest health enemy. Okay. Whereas you're just attacking the closest enemy because you're just hoping to pull aggro from everybody. Oh, let me move that. Wait. Oh, because that's new. There. Right? This is the one thing with Alistair, is like he's not going to have that many skills early on. So he'll be focusing on his passives and aggro pulling. Should be fine, because the rest of us will be doing the damage, which means we'll be pulling the aggro, which is why I want him to focus on his aggro pulling. And then you have Taunt. So, if Leliana is being attacked by melee, Taunt. If I'm being attacked by melee, Taunt. Okay, those are priority number 1. Everyone else is set. Shouldn't need that. I'm just gonna turn that. Figure that. Yeah, because target attack. He should attack the nearest visible enemy after it is dead. I would think. Otherwise, I could have him also like attack the highest health enemy or something. But I think I should be fine. Alright.
Haha.
So many, oh my god. Like all archers too. guys. Be a great time to taunt him.
So be it.
He not taunt? Hello? Did taunt, but it didn't work. This guy still attacked me.
You battle a Kunari!
Okay. Why is he getting fucked up? What's happening here? He's pulling all of the... Oh, he doesn't have a weapon. Whoops. Forgot. He doesn't have a weapon. Okay. I'll deal with that after this. I didn't intend to get in a fight this quickly.
Now you die!
Two-hander. No, they don't. Alright, I gotta remember that. I did not... Oh, there's enemies to my right, too. I'll just fork over some money. No need to be stingy, I guess. God damn it. What it was such a good two-hander, too, man. I swear I unequipped that stuff from those guys and got it back. Unless it was that first... Oh, it was probably the first group of guys that we had as companions. Oh, fuck.
Going.
But now I can sell my shit to him, knowing that we don't need anything else, really. Thinking of the party members that are left, we have the one I'm going to take. Offhand, I think there's only two others. We wouldn't really need to hold stuff for them, so yeah, I can just sell all my extra shit now.
Any luck with that poison? Or you here to see my star?
Uh-oh. He has no two-handers. Let me look at the... Yeah, she has their shit there. Oh, you know what? Please. That's where it is. Don't have to buy it. When you're freeing up space. Cha-ching. Okay, good. Much better. And that's where that is too. Okay, so much better. So he gets that two-hander. Bam. You can get that other enchanted dagger. That she should be switching, but I'll hold on to it because why not? Okay. Much, much better. Just save out because some bad things are happening. Also, Alistair leveled up.
Any luck with that poison? Or you here to see my...
Yeah, everything's slowed down as hell here. This is about... No, I'll get rid of the normal daggers. Mace. Already has her longbow. Guessing she won't need that one. That guy's anything crazy. Alright. Still holding on to some stuff, but getting rid of the obvious stuff. We still have a lot of space taken up, but hey. Eventually I'll stop hoarding it. I was looking into this because that had 3 physical resist. Care that for anyone. Obviously I'm not gonna care about that. Not gonna be good for him. I don't see who would use that 3 physical resist. Yeah, we wouldn't need any of that, so that can go.
Any luck with that poison? Or you here to see my...
See how much space we still have. I don't know if I should be holding on to these. I'm not planning on using Frostbolt, so maybe then. Really all this kind of shit. Mainly gifts. We can always give those if we have the people for them. Alright, good enough for now. Good news is we don't have to buy anything. Save.
Ready.
I think it was Dexterity 26, we'll see in a second, but... Oh, I thought he unlocked his, No, because he already had his as Templar, obviously. Alright, so technically Sten has Taunt, so I could do something else. But, like, the second we lose Sten, I'm gonna want him to have Taunt, so, like, I don't... Will we keep Sten long enough for him to level up once? I needed 26 for that. Door. I pushed it a little early, but now I don't have to worry about it at all. Yeah, I'd rather just get Taunt now. I mean, it's okay. Although this passive, well, that's at level 8, we can't get it anyway. That's probably going to be something that we get immediately at 8. Cleanse area is going to be nice at level 9, so probably 8, 9. Let's just see. These ones are fine. Yeah, these attacks are going to be good to take whenever we can. That's going to be a great defensive passive at 9 as well. Windows 3, it's 8, 9, 10. And then maybe I start getting the actual defense sustain. I think that works out. I think that's fine. So yeah, we'll take Taunt. Means he can also... Now the thing is, with both of them, right now, with they both having Taunt, they'd be taunting the same character. So I guess I'll make it so that Sten taunts for Leliana, and Alistair taunts for me, so they're not taunting the same target. Hero being attacked by melee. Oh. Okay. Good. Set him to aggressive, right? Good. Taunt. There. Okay. Let's get in a fight with Stan actually using his weapon. It is interesting though, I swear he pulled all the aggro. It's weird. Because first of all, Alistair has the aggro aura, but also, other than that, aggro is drawn by the damage you do, and if he has no weapon, then Stan shouldn't be doing damage, which means he shouldn't be pulling aggro from all those people. But hey, I don't know how the AI works, like... Well no, I was gonna say, he had armor, so it's not like they were attacking the guy with the less armor. I don't know. This is suspicious.
We done heard what was said. You're a warden. I don't know if you killed King Kalen, and make her forgive me, I don't care. But that bounty on your head could feed a lot of hungry bellies.
Yeah.
Attack!
Now, let's see.
There. Alright, so I had them hold like that. Okay, well guess what, buddy? Buddies. Y'all get frozen except for that fucker. Get frozen anyway. Okay, there's so many here, holy shit. Okay. Very easy and all, but still. I'm gonna pull so much aggro by doing this. We're having that Mind Blast would be useful. That's okay. Actually, they're still lined up pretty damn well for this. Oh, well, one of my companions walked away. Okay, he's still taking a lot of damage. He has stats, but he should have good armor on.
Yeah, that's right. What did I tell you?
So he's at 94. Back. It's 1794. He's at 1253. Oh yeah, he has worse defense than her. Wait, why? Well, defense, that's why. The defense is dodge. He has better armor. His dodge is super low. Otherwise, I mean, I could give him this for the 3 more defense. You lose 0.5 armor and the health, though. Health is 10. Wrong one. So 10 health in favor of 3 defense, which again is like a chance to dodge. I don't know if that even is good. Everything else should be better, though. Well, that gives a 10% chance to dodge attacks. Guess I would take that. I mean, this gives armor and defense and physical resist. I don't know, he's just getting fucked up, dude. He's getting really fucked up. Oh, I can give him the defense from that, so that works. A little more defense there. There's no good rings for him. I mean, maybe I start taking some away from Alistair. I'm gonna take it away from Alistair. Just for now. Well, 1 armor versus 6 defense. Again, I don't know how much like the defense is 6%, like a 6% chance to dodge. I'm assuming it's like a dice roll, where it's a like dice roll of attack versus their defense. I guess 6 defense is probably better than the 1 armor for now. That to Alistair there. Because his is super high, he's at 88. At least his is now at 62. He raised it a bit. Let's see, but you have to pay attention to him because his health is pretty low. So that would actually be good if we level up to give him that life leech attack right there. I was going to get the freeze, but that would be a good way for him to heal himself. Alright, save. There's no negotiating with them. Did I loot where was there? Yeah. Oh, alright, I gotta save the game and quickly
this
throw
place
some
will
food
be
in
overrun by the Darkspawn
the pressure cooker. So give me like
go,
5 minutes or
We
so.
won't be able to come back.
Walked over him there. Alright, so I will be right back. Oh man, I'm having some steak tacos. So I bought beef tips, I marinated them, and oh my god, they smell so good. The smell was so good it actually gave me a revelation. I know why Sten is losing so much health. I messed up the tactic order. So the tactics matter, but the order that they're listed in also matters. So the way I have it, because I have this highest enemy Pommel Strike. Now granted, maybe this isn't right because Pommel Strike is it's a 10-second cooldown. But there's a chance he's just running between different enemies. So like he'll attack one guy, and then as soon as Pommel Strike is done, he'll go to the next guy. So doing that might pull multiple people's aggro instead of just one. But now that I think about it, it's 10-second cooldown, so I doubt it. But either way, even if that's not the case, I should have target any attack. Oh no, I shouldn't have it up top. Never mind. That's wrong. Because if I do that, then he wouldn't be doing any of these skills. So I should have this. That's what I should do. Because, again, even though this is at the bottom, all these things are based on a target, and if he doesn't have a target, they're not going to proc. So he should default to 7 at first, attack with Pommel Strike, and then do all of this. But yeah, I don't know if that's the issue. It definitely would have happened at least once, so he'd at least be attacking 2 different people. But we'll see. Maybe that wasn't it. Alright, so more enemies. I don't need them to hold, we're fine. I need help. I just froze Alistair. Okay, I'm doing so much damage, I'm pulling all this aggro. Alright, what's Sten doing? I want to look at Sten for a second. Looks like he's just standing there doing nothing. He is. Alright, Sten's standing there doing nothing. So I guess I do have to have that up to... Wait, what? Why? He shouldn't stand there and do nothing. Alright, what's happening? He's not frozen or anything. He's not... So it shouldn't matter if that's down there, because he should default to attack enemies, but I guess not. Really? Let me heal myself, because I'm looking at him, so I don't want to really fight right now. Now he's going. I'm intentionally just watching him. There he goes, switching target. Yeah. So I think that is what it is. That's why he was pulling all that aggro, because he's switching targets so quickly. Even though 10 seconds sounds like a long time, he just used Pommel Strike quickly there. So that would be why he's pulling that aggro. So I guess I can't really have that highest health enemy. Again, this is where I wish there was a condition. Attack nearest enemy that Alistair isn't attacking. Like, that would be a great condition. But oh well. Yes, it really would be just the nearest visible enemy. The only downside to this is just the fact that if him and Alistair both use a knockdown on the same opponent, you waste the knockdown. Oh. Oh well. Fine. Yeah, and there is also no enemy isn't knocked down. Although, here we go. I can say if enemy is knocked down, skip this one? You can't skip, but you could jump to. But then it would always go right back to that, 'cause that's on the highest order there. Yeah. It's fine. I'll just waste knockdown on the same target, potentially. Should be fine there. But at least now he shouldn't be hopping between targets like that, pulling too much aggro. And he also shouldn't be just standing there like an idiot. We didn't save before this fight, did we? I did. So I'm going to reload that very quickly, just to watch him now. Oh. Not sure if this is one of those games like Skyrim where, like, the longer you play, like, the worse the save gets. It's not corrupted, but, you know, has too much data in it. Now, of course, we're only 8 hours in, so even though that's the case, it shouldn't be happening yet. But kind of weird how right now suddenly things have started to slow down. Alright, so Sten, we were just attacking the nearest visible, and then everything should be fine now. Save again. I'll redo the fight while watching Sten a bit. Well, they did attack different enemies, conveniently enough. And I'm like watching him as I'm moving here. Yeah, seems like it's working fine. Tactician? Not sure what that's about, but hey. Alright, yeah. Seems fine. I'll finish up Lothering, exploring. I'll have to see if I want to buy the, what was it, poison ingredients or come back. The only issue is, based on how they're phrasing things, it sounds like this town might be attacked by Darkspawn soon, so I might not have a chance to come back. Ooh, he resisted it. Okay. Oh, leader. We'll wait for that, but there we go. Debuff. No backstabs. You assholes. Yeah. Actually, let's go ahead and put the dot on the higher health.
Let's have at it!
Got all the loot and we're done. Again, I am doing so much damage that I'm pulling the aggro, which is the downside to Fireball. The landmark tree for some other time. So there's definitely incentive to get that Mind Blast, so when they're near me I can just Mind Blast everyone, stun them. Wouldn't have to worry about doing all this shit. I think I'll do that. What else was I going to push towards? It was one of the options. And we'll ignore the hexes for now. Paralysis, but that's only a single target paralysis, so yeah. It was that or go Stone Fist. Oh no, I was going to go to Regrowth. So we can start healing, so I'd have a group heal. And the hope is that we recruit soon, but I don't know when that's going to happen. But I think I still would take Mind Blast first, because we're doing fine so far with our health. I had to turn up the difficulty because it was too easy. But again, early game. Web, uh-oh. Fuck you, Web. Dick. At least I got to spell out. Where do you think you're going, asshole? Let's see. I mean, they're all acting at different angles. Not really a good one to hit all of them, but I can hit most of them there. Not hitting him, right? Good. What? The one in the back didn't get hit? Fucking you.
Yes.
Toxin extract, okay. Oh, hey. I wonder.
Hello.
Hello? That's what we needed. The 3 of them. Yep, 3. Perfect.
Where's the tavern?
Not everything other than up here, which is the exit. Great. So we can do the poison thing, and then I think we can leave. Continue on. Poison guy. What's that over here? Answered board. Oh, he did something for that too. I think poison guy was the merchant, yeah?
Has to be.
Any luck with that poison?
Yes,
Oh, you're here
okay.
to see my stock. Splendid. If those beasties come on my land, I hope it teaches them a lesson. Yeah, there's enough gold to cover any of your expenses and then some, eh?
What a freeze frame. 75. So not quite a gold. I expected it, but you know, his phrasing said gold.
So Terran Logain is the new region, isn't it?
Oh, that's right. We had a quest in here for not the bounty board, but the other bounty thing where we had to
No. I was a lay sister of the Chantry.
conscript someone.
I lived and worked in the Chantry, but I did not take any vows.
So you dabbled in priesthood then?
Oh no, the lay sisters don't have the same sorts of duties as priests at all.
So you were not a priest, did none of their duties, and took no vows, but you lived among them.
Yes.
You were a house guest of the Chantry?
Sort of.
Blessed are the peacekeepers.
That's just organic dialogue for that. Okay. 3 gold, damn. That's a lot. When bears attack. Where is this? Northern Farms. Maybe I'll have to go find it. Goodwife Sara's missing. We're in the wilds. Okay. So who is the guy? Oh, Pater Gritch. He's in here. Uh-oh. Letter of conscription. Oh, we don't want to piss him off here. And I might have to persuade, which I can't do at the moment. Unless it's a very low persuasion check.
Yes? What can I do for you?
I have a letter for you from Blackstone Irregulars.
I knew this time would come. I should have listened to my sister. Sure, sign the paper, she said. You'll enjoy some coin now, but they'll be back. I guess I'll see you on the front lines.
Oh, good. Accepting. Perfect. Those who are Lothering, say it right. Cliff. Let's see. So what was this thing? Oh, okay. I thought she was telling me gather specific plants from a spot. We can just turn that in. And then we leave, because, I mean, the bear's north of Lothering. She's missing in the wilderness. Does that mean going back to the other wilds? I don't know. Turn this in too, and then we can go. Though we don't have much longer today, sadly. God damn, I want to keep playing. But also, those tacos smell so good. Oh, it's gonna be awesome. I am hungry. But seeing as Thanksgiving is Thursday, and definitely not because I want to play this game more.
Yes, I do.
I'll see if I can stream either
Music
Monday or
lifts my
Tuesday.
spirit. Would you like me to stop?
I didn't say that. Was that part of your chat?
No, it was a ballad about a highwayman and the tavern girl who loved him. Could you not tell?
All your language sounds the same to me. I thought you were singing of vegetables, actually.
Okay. Oh, these respawned. Wait, what? Okay, now there's suddenly a bunch of wolves here. Interesting. Now I need to fight bears, not wolves. It's gonna run with the dot, do its job. One, and start doing it. You know what I could do? So again, advanced tactics adds different tactics and stuff that you can change. It improves tactics. The big thing is, like I said, it added the option for rogues to do backstabs. But it also adds something that, for me, I thought I'd never use, but actually I think I will use it for one specific reason. So again, the AI follows these tactics when you're not controlling that character. Advanced tactics makes it so that even the character you're controlling follows that. So, for example, this is saying nearest visible enemy, Winter's Grasp. So if I'm controlling this character and running around, the second I stop moving, it will cast the spell all on its own. I don't care about that at all, except for one thing. I'm thinking what I can do. I'm just going to turn all these out. I'm just going to have it attack the nearest enemy. Because it happened twice in a row now, where like I'm done with my spells, all that's left is to attack. And I'm standing here clicking, I'm trying to find out which one do I click on, then hit attack on. The game will just do it on its own. And now I might turn it off, but I never thought I'd use that. But here we go. Possessed is what it's called. Just like this one allows Rogue's AI to go behind, this allows the character I'm controlling to then use their tactics. Again, I don't really know if I'm even gonna like that. I'm not gonna actually use it for any other tactics, but hey. Twice in a row I thought about that, so I figured, you know what, turn it on, give it a shot. Alright, so this spawned for this quest, apparently. Oh, is this the... Ooh, the boy's mother. Okay. Did that Chantry thing for the missing woman, but this is... No, this is the missing woman from the Chantry thing. Oh, so that must be the same quest. The boy is the one who put the quest up. Okay. Otherwise, just to scratch the itch, because I don't want to stop yet, but I do have to stop very soon. We'll walk out of town, and I'm hoping maybe we'll just get into like a random fight or something. But then I'll have to end it. God damn it. But hey, we have party members, and in fact we have 3 of our final 4.
Blessed are the peacekeepers.
We're getting high enough level now where they can
just.
actually have some skills where I can change tactics and whatnot. Means we're starting to get some combat-wise personality. Obviously the game is all about personality and characters, but combat-wise we're starting to get that flavor, personality, the actual abilities, not just basic attack and maybe one attack. So that's good. Great. Blood Mage, uh-oh. This is about... Okay, well...
Someone
Who are
help
they?
us!
And I'm off.
It is done.
Oh, well I see right there, it did switch targets on me. I think I will turn that tactic off. Alright, that's fine. I thought of having it on for a second, but in the half a second it took me to click on someone else, she attacked someone, which actually then made her attack later than I wanted. In this case, it didn't affect anything. Wrong turret light. So hey, off, move, here. Good test.
That's a lot of blood. Mighty timely arrival there,
saw a
my
name.
friend. I'm much obliged.
Man, this is so fun. You're welcome.
The name's Bodon Fedek, merchant and entrepreneur. This here is my son, Sandal.
Sandal?
Say hello, my boy.
Hello.
Road's been mighty dangerous these days. Mind if I ask what brings you out here? Perhaps we're going the same way.
Well, I'm using some of my meta knowledge here. I doubt you want to travel with the Grey Warden.
Grey Wardens? My, that does rather explain a lot. No offense, but I suspect there's more excitement on your path than my boy and I can handle. Allow me to bid you farewell and good fortune, though.
Goodbye.
Now then, let's get this mess cleaned up, shall we?
Okay.
Huh.
Something tells me we'll run into them later. Sealed letter. Oh, Codex. That is a blood mage, though.
Going.
So the bears are in north of this place.
Bad dreams, huh?
Seems so real.
Well, it is real, sort of. You see, part of being a Grey Warden is being able to hear the Darkspawn. That's what your dream was, hearing them. The Archdemon, it talks to the Horde, and we feel it just as they do. That's why we know this is really a blight.
So the Archdemon, is that the dragon?
I don't know if it's really a dragon, but it sure looks like one. But yes, that's the Archdemon. It takes a bit, but eventually you can block the dreams out. Some of the older Grey Wardens say they can understand the Archdemon a bit, but I sure can't. Anyhow, when I heard you thrashing around, I thought I should tell you. It was scary at first for me too.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
That's what I'm here for. To deliver unpleasant news and witty one-liners. Anyhow, you're up now, right? Let's pull up camp and get a move on.
Okay, good. Party camp, nice. All injuries are healed. Each member's found here. Yeah, so we can get lots of conversation out. Raven, this is the respec mod I have there. And there were those two, and we had some guy. Have her companions for the time being. Where's Morgan at? Oh, she's back here by herself, of course. So just pick these up and do this, and I guess we'll have to end it with no more combat. Alright, Levi.
You're a hard woman to find. Where are my manners? The name is Levy. Levy Dryden. Did Duncan ever mention me? Levy of the Coins? Levy the Trader?
Melissa, never heard of you.
Really? He never told you of old Levy? We've known each other for years. But here I am carrying on while you have a blight to stop. Don't want to waste your time. But you see, Duncan promised that together we'd look into something important for the Wardens. And for me. But poor Duncan's... well, no more. A tragedy it is, at that. But I know he would want his work carried on. His pledge fulfilled.
What do you promise?
My family, well, past a bit checkered to see. Nobles look at us with disdain. My great-great-grandmother, Sophia Dryden, was the last Warden Commander of Ferelden back when the Wardens were known as freeloaders. So King Arlen banished the Wardens, and he took House Dryden's land and titles.
What happened next?
Hard to say. After King Arlen died, there was a civil war, loads worse than this one. And our family was on the run, hunted by enemies, with nary a friend in the world. But Drydens are tough. We rebuilt, became merchants, and we never lost our pride.
What favor did you ask Duncan?
I asked for the truth. My family reveres Sophia Dryden. We know she died at the old Grey Warden base, Soldier's Peak. We want evidence to clear her name. It won't restore our land or our titles, but it'll restore our honor.
Never heard of Soldier's Peak.
Well, no one's been to Soldier's Peak since Arlen's days.
I think it's the DLC.
It's come back. I spent years mapping the maze of
Which I
tunnels
kind
to
of
the
planned
peak,
out when we're going to hop
and
into
I found
this
the
stuff.
way a few years back. So I went to Duncan, I did, and I said that he could reclaim the old base and my family could have its honor.
Why didn't he help you?
Darkspawn surfaced in southern Ferelden, and Duncan got plenty busy recruiting new Wardens and meeting with good King Cailan. Duncan said he would help after the Battle of Ostagar. Said there might be useful things at the peak, but he never had the chance.
Alright, well, your family's faith will be rewarded. I'll help.
1,000 blessings upon you, Warden. I'll mark down the location on your map. When you arrive, we'll pick our way through the tunnels together.
Alright. We won't be doing that for a bit, though. So I'll update. I was hoping he'd be a merchant, though, so... I don't know, maybe he's considered a merchant. Again, I want to buy some backpacks.
Ah, it's good to see you, my timely rescuer. Bodon Fennick, at your service once again. I saw your camp and thought to myself, what safer place to rest for the evening than in the camp of a Grey Warden? I'm perfectly willing to offer you a fine discount for the inconvenience of our presence. How does that sound? Good? Yes?
What are you selling?
Anything, everything, but all of the finest quality. No cheap trinkets here. And my boy Sandal happens to be a bit of a hand with enchantments. Oh, yes.
Enchantments?
Sadly, it also makes us a target for bandits and the like. If there were spare hands to hire as guards, I would have done so long ago.
You free to stay? Mind yourself.
Wonderful. Thank the kind lady, won't you, boy?
Thank you, kind lady.
We won't be a bother to you and your companions, I assure you. If you should need enchantments, simply talk to my boy. Otherwise, come speak with me.
Alright, so I want to check out, see if he sells backpacks. I don't like that it's just freezing all the time here.
Hello.
The boy's a bit simple, but he's rather good with enchantments. One of those tranquil fellas actually called him a... what was it now? A savant. I had no idea such a thing existed.
What enchantments does he do?
He can fold lyrium into almost any weapon or piece of armor, though naturally some of the more extravagant materials will take more lyrium than others. It's a process that some of the master smiths back in Orzammar will perform, but my boy here is just as adept at it. Isn't that right, boy?
Enchantment!
And there you have it.
And there you have it, enchantment. Alright, so let's see what you got.
Oh, certainly, I could do that for you. Just come with me.
Mom backpack. There's tomes, which give... oh, interesting. Skill, talent, or spell points. Oh, wow. Really good gear. Stuff I'm not going to pay for right now. I'm worth looking at. I want to get my hopes up. The cheaper stuff. Range crit chance. I mean, good, but it's like paying for that. Only 2% increase. Wounds. Gifts. I have to buy them. Oh, these are free, so this must be DLC stuff. Gifts. Good. Oh, wait, they take up... oh, they take up space. Alright, well, I'm gonna reload the save and not buy the gifts yet. There's no, storage in camp anywhere. Okay, there's backpacks, though, thank God. Alright, so let me just reload the save. So he should have those things for us all the time. We can buy them when we need them. Since they're going to be in camp. That's good. Whereas other places, obviously, I could come back, but I might as well buy them when I'm there. But here, it's always going to be in camp. We'll buy it when we need it. I'm going to nab that backpack immediately.
Hello.
The boy's a bit simple, but he's rather... and there you... oh, so...
Bam. Thank you. Got all these gifts and stuff. Newest. I mean, I can just do off-stream stealth shit. Alright, back one up. I even see, is it by 10? It's either by 5 or 10. We were in 80s before, whether it's 80 or 85 or something. Okay. And then let's just see the enchantments just to see if it's like a tutorial or something.
Enchantment!
I think it is. Yeah, it's just this. Alright, cool. We're not dealing with that anytime soon. You can add things to your gear, obviously. Runes and enchantments. They can be upgraded as long as you have the runes available. Okay. Alright, so that is where we'll end it. A productive day where we have unlocked camp for the first time, which gives us a merchant who's always here. We got enchantments, we got multiple party members. progress. Next step is getting to getting to the first like main story quest line, because once I get that done, it's going to give me some skill points, specifically cunning, which is why I'm not spending any points in cunning, so I can then go ahead and take my coercion all the way up. So that's where I'm spending those things. And then eventually we get our final party member in my main party, but of course there's other ones after that. We have expansions, and eventually, or actually we have like in-game DLC thingies, and then we have the expansion after that. There's a whole lot going on. Oh man, I couldn't be happier. So, we'll end it here in camp, but very, very early stages, but we're already starting to see how things are starting to unfold.